Hey everyone, how are y'all? Bianca, how are you? Hey Ashes, how are you? Hey Just Ann, how are you tonight? Hey Caddy, Kaz, how are you? And thank you for hitting the thumbs up. Sweet Misery, how are you? Okay, this damn thing is not wanting to work already. Just 1 second. Hey Courtney and Renee, how are y'all? Jan, how are you? Hey Joey, Sportsy Girl, how are you? Roger, how are you tonight? Hey Heaven Stars, how are you? Big Al, how are you? Tech Death, how are you? Exit Screaming, how are you? Hey Babs, how are you tonight? Hey Newman. Woods, how are you? Hey Slipper. Yes, y'all make sure to hit the thumbs up on your way in. And make sure your chat is on live chat. Eric, you're very welcome. Thank you for joining us. Sarah Beth, how are you? Christy. You see the info on India trial. No, Big Al, what trial is that? Hey Riddler, how are you? Candy with a C, how are you? Sarah Beth, I'm doing good, thank you. Hey Brad, how are you? Oh no, Big Al, I haven't watched any of that. Candy, I'm doing good, thank you. Hey Sunset Gazing, how are you? So it's something worth going back and watching then? Hey Carol, how are you? I'll have to look into it. That way I know what I'm talking about when we're discussing it. If we get on the subject of juries and how they can be affected. Okay. Hey Tree Baby. I want to look into that one that Christy was talking about today too. I only watched like a little bit of it, but Candy, you email me. I remember reading an email from you, Candy. Let me go back. Hold on just one second. Okay, Candy, I see it on here. I haven't opened it yet. Once I get done with the live, I'll get back to you, okay? Christy, I know, Christy, I really do. I never have time for anything. That's the problem. And for some reason, Christy, I'm not getting notifications from your channel either. I don't know why. Hey, Philip, how are you? Yeah, Chrissy, I don't know why. I have the notification set for yours to all, and I never have gotten one. Hey, Pagan Ways, how are you? No, Pagan Ways, I haven't watched it. Hey, Emily, how are you? See you later. How are you? Hey, Vapor, how are you? All right. You tagged me. Sportsy girl, I am doing good. Thank you. Chrissy, I didn't get the tag. I didn't get a notification on Twitter for it. Hey, Violet, how are you? Hey, Sally Mae, how are you? Big Al, how are you?
Hey there.
My damn chat already starting. Vapor, I'm doing good, thank you. This chat's getting ridiculous.
What do you mean? Too
Yeah,
fast?
no, it's bouncing off of live chat onto top chat.
Mine hasn't changed yet.
It's crazy.
Oh, Agape, I was talking about the Andy No trial that concluded today.
Riddler, how are you?
Oh, doing
Scar-
fine, thank you.
Scarlett's going to get up to speed on it, and maybe we'll talk about it soon. But it was
Yeah, I'm gonna look at that one, and then the one where the guy had the girls in the, I think it was like a cinder block sale type thing.
Yeah.
Chrissy was going over it on her chat or on her channel earlier, and was telling me I need to look into it. And I've kind of like watched, like a few little things here and there, but never really looked into it. And since there's not a whole lot going on with Brian, kind of need to start looking into some other stuff while we're waiting for that one to pick back up.
Yeah, I watched a video on that one too. It was pretty interesting. Good thing that girl got out of there.
Right.
She has a whack job.
But they said something about 11 other states or something like that that they were looking for victims in.
Yeah, they know it's not his first rodeo for sure.
That's crazy. Hey, Fofa.
No, that case I'm talking about, that's about a journalist who got beaten by Antifa,
Uh huh.
and he took it to court, and they were charged, and in the end they were found not guilty, but it was what happened at the end that is really interesting.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch it. You'll have to send me the name of it.
Yeah,
On
I'll
Twitter.
shoot you a DM.
Okay, because I won't never remember the name of it. Riddler, you doing okay tonight?
Yeah, I'm just super hot because of the weather.
It wasn't that bad here today. We didn't even break 100. It was about mid 90s, and the wind was blowing a little bit. It's still hot, but not as hot as it has been. If we can just get some rain.
Well, it's 99. And for the second day in a row, we haven't had rain, but we're supposed to get it tomorrow. So
Hopefully, we'll get some soon.
it's that heat index,
It's,
114,
mhm.
115, and you walk outside and you just feel the steam coming off
Yeah.
bricks and concrete, sidewalks,
Uh-huh.
everywhere.
I know. It's so bad. Hey, KK. I can't even walk outside barefoot. It's so hot.
The news people in town were going around with a thermometer measuring the temperatures
Mm-hmm.
and like a slide at a park where kids play on,
Mm-hmm.
156 degrees.
Yeah, those things are
Oh, my
deadly when it's
God.
hot. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, with it being as hot as it's been, though, I don't think any little kids should even be outside right now.
And if you leave a car in a park, you get that glass house effect. I mean, with the
Mm-hmm.
windows all up, but it's 200 degrees and one at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, they say you can cook a brisket in a car.
There was a lady, and I don't know where she was from, but somebody had posted it on Twitter that it was so hot where she lived at. She had a mailbox. It was like, you know how they'll have a mailbox in the bricks, like the brick, uh, shit, I don't even know what you call them, but they're like built into the bricks or whatever at the end of your driveway. And it was so hot that she cooked a loaf of bread, baked a loaf of bread in her mailbox.
It's crazy. They're
Wow.
blaming all this on the climate thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like this every year, folks. They keep saying these record temps and everything I'm reading. He says that they're actually not.
It seems unusually hot,
It's hot, but it's summer.
hotter this year. I know I'm talking about down in the south. It seems like it's hotter, or it's just me and I've got to the point where I can't deal with the heat. Hey,
No
Pokey
one,
Dots.
no one too. I'm not going to serve car brisket at the restaurant. I promise.
Indianapolis, how are you? Hey, 1-2, how are you? 165 degrees is a safe temp for heating chicken.
Yeah, that's true.
Mandy May, how are you? Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It just may be me, and I've just got to the point where I can't deal with the heat.
Well, the older you get, the harder it gets to deal with. I can tell you that.
I ain't that old though.
No, I said the older you get, the harder it gets
Oh,
to deal
I
with.
know what you said, but I'm not that old yet.
I didn't say you were old. I said the older you get.
I don't know. I don't like cold weather either. I just need to live on the island.
See, I don't mind cold because you can dress for it.
Uh-oh. Can't
And
deal
when
with
you get too
cold.
warm, you just take a layer off. You know, in the summertime, you can only take so many layers off. You don't get relief from running around naked.
Yeah, I need an island. I told my daughter that's what I need for Christmas is an island where it's one temperature year round. I have my beach, my little beach house, and I'll be good. Bofa said the cold steals her soul.
See, I don't know, man. I love ice fishing. I think it's one of the greatest things ever thought of by man. And you're cold most of the time you're doing it, but it's so much fun.
Can't can't do it. Scott, which house are you talking about? Scott said that Google Map now is showing the other house. Okay, Tony, just let me know if you want to.
Big Al, the ice fishing brought about frozen food and dinners. A guy named, was it Bird, was fishing, and that's where he came up with the idea of sending fish and other foods frozen, but he had to, go through the train service and all
Yep.
that. And
Huh.
what was that, Bird's Eye? I think that's
I
his
bet that's what it is. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, yeah. His last name was Bird, and he was fishing one day, and light bulb went off.
Yeah, people don't realize that when you talk about ice fishing, it's not just standing out on a lake freezing your ass off fishing. I mean, I had a 12 by 26 ice house with satellite TV and a bathroom and full kitchen, and
It's still cold.
not inside, nice and warm.
Uh-uh.
But you had to
Hey,
drive 5 miles out onto the lake.
uh-uh. No, that's as bad as blonde. Mm-mm. Hey, Froggy, how are you?
Oh, she's still whining about the time I took her on the ice.
Yeah, okay, so that's what she's talking about. I'm still traumatized by just driving across the frozen lake the one time way back when. Okay, KK, you can come with me. I hope I haven't missed anyone in chat. If I've missed anyone, I am sorry. I'm trying to keep up with everyone coming in and saying hi and all that. I sent a screenshot today of Google Maps having the 11:20. Oh, hold on. Let me pull up Google Maps in. I cannot type tonight either. I wonder why somebody would put that or change it to that. Or that is disgusting. I don't see it online. Is it Google Maps or Google Earth? I don't guess it would matter, huh?
It'd be pretty easy to create that without actually having it be on maps. Somebody probably did it just for shock value. I can't see Google putting something like that through.
Was it a screenshot that y'all seen, or was it the actual Google? Like y'all went to Google Maps and seen it?
Paper said it was a screenshot, I think.
Oh, okay. Because I'm on. Where the hell do I get? See, they done move shit around on Google Maps. Pull it up real quick. The houses are still blocked on my screen. Just Google has uploaded all new July 2023 Street View footage all around Pullman and Moscow.
I know when I had my parents' house grayed out on Google Maps, it only took 2 days to make it happen, and I didn't have to really prove anything.
Well, here's the house. They don't have any, like, I was thinking they were talking about, like, how it has the
They're
clean
talking
little
about from
apartment.
Street View, though, not
Oh, I just went
Google
to
Earth.
Street View. You can't even go to Street View. You still can't go up the road.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. See, it's still won't allow us to see it. They've got both of those houses, and I noticed the other day this one across the street was also blurred out.
Yeah, probably because of the address on it.
Probably.
Or there could be somebody, if there's a human being in the picture, you can have it blurred out like instantly.
Oh, that may be the reason then.
You can just say I'm on Google Earth and I didn't give consent, and they'll gray it out.
That could have been it. Because, I mean, like, you really can't see the house because if you go on the other side, it flips to way back, I think, in 2007. So that could be the reason why this one. Or that could be, I wonder if that's where that camera is. That was showing, like the car trying to park in front of the house or turn around in front of the house and all that.
Scarlett, can you still go to the place where we saw the 4-door Jeep or whatever it is, where somebody jumps in there in the back seat?
I can only go to it like this. I can't go to it on Street View. Now I can go, I think still right here. Yeah. I can go right here, but I can't see the parking lot. But there's the apartments right there that the camera was on. Hey, Arctic Timberwolf, how are you? Google Maps, not Earth, but they both update at the same time. Okay, thank you, Woods. That's crazy though how somebody would put, even on a screenshot, that's still disgusting why they would put that on there.
Ever since I started following this stuff, it amazes me the shit people do for attention.
The
And
shit they
how cold hearted some of it is.
yeah, the things that they say and all that. And I don't know. I'm trying to think of a word worse than disgusting.
And they go after an innocent lamb.
Ooh, I see Fofa.
Yeah, she's been in here. She's been asleep for the past 3 days. That's why we've missed her.
Well, then she should be well rested.
I know. That's what she said earlier. Because hey Dix, I had sent her the message last night because we were looking for her, and I hadn't heard from her, and she's like, "Oh, I've been asleep since Saturday."
Fofa says despicable.
That is a good word.
What, didn't Daffy Duck always say that? Despicable?
Yes, I believe it was Daffy Duck, wasn't it? They put what on what? Okay, so Roger, a few people in chat were saying that there was a screenshot on Facebook. I'm assuming one of the Facebook groups for this case, and they put, was it y'all said the murder house? Is that what they said on the girl's house on the screenshot? I I don't understand people and how they can lay down at night with the shit that they do and say. I just don't get it. Ashes, I agree. Let me go to. I don't like Google Earth. I'm gonna go to it and see. Froggy, that is true. They have no souls. They have no morals. They have no respect. Which is very disgusting. Hey, Raynard, how are you? Hey, sweet Melissa, how are you? Okay, so Sweet Melissa says she's on Google Earth and she can see 1122 King Road used terrain. Oh, damn. I hate Google Earth. Let me see.
Yeah, I miss the old Terra maps. But Google did knock it out of the park with their stupid Street View.
Yeah, Street View's pretty cool.
It is.
Okay.
I don't really agree with how invasive it is on so many people's privacy, but it's pretty cool.
Okay, I can't. Oh shit! What did I just do? I cannot see it on Google Earth either. Vic said I like the other Earth before the Google one. Hey, Kim. Okay, it won't let me see it on Street View. No, see, mine's still. Hold on, Christy, I'm fixing to bring you up. See, it's still blurred out for me. See, that ain't no fair. Christy, how are you?
Hey, yo. I wanted to tell you something. So I saw somewheres on the internet that that video that everyone's watching from Linda Lane is
Uh,
not the footage from that night, but it's just to show you the sound and what the sound would. That is a camera from that building, but that wasn't that night. They said it was just showing the sound from that way.
but wasn't the date put on those videos for November the 13th?
I don't know. It's hard to believe anything anymore because stuff can be changed so easily. But I don't
Yeah.
know. That's just what I saw somewhere.
I heard there's like a huge thing going on with some TikTokers or something, and the screenshot that was sent out 1112 King Road and the Linda Lane videos and all that. I just saw a comment. It was Fofa's comment, and she took it back.
Put it back, Fofa.
Wait, I can still see it on StreamYard.
Haha.
I have my paper map from National Geographics. Will those help? I just want to see because Sweet Melissa's saying she could see the girl's house on Street View on Google Earth, and I can't. I just don't like Google Earth. I don't like how whenever you zoom in, it's like all like you're zooming down on it on a plane or something.
How well can you unblur a picture?
On Google Maps or Google Earth, I don't think you can unblur it on there. Which, I mean, we all know what it looks like, honestly.
Scarlett, what about MapQuest?
No, but what I mean is maybe the screenshot everyone's looking at was maybe photoshopped and unblurred or something. I don't know if it's possible.
Well, Vapor said it was on one of the Facebook groups. I'll have to see if I can find it. I mean, people putting the murder house on it, that's a little disgusting. Honestly. Let's see. King Road. Okay. Wait, Google Earth allowed to DoorDash? How did they lie to DoorDash? What is it, Christy?
I just read it at the same time and was like, what?
Okay.
Google Maps has put me in dead ends before and got me lost.
Yeah, I just write down my directions if I have to go somewhere and I don't know where I'm going. MapQuest.
Scarlett still uses MapQuest, y'all. She prints out them directions.
No, Riddler was wanting me to look on there to see if it shows it, but I was trying to find where I can change it to satellite.
Who writes down directions anymore
Me.
besides you?
Scarlet,
Uh huh.
I found the satellite image on MapQuest. If you look to the right, I don't know if you're on MapQuest now.
Yeah,
But
I
if you look
still
to the
am.
right, you'll see a little globe.
Uh huh.
That's your satellite.
Okay, here we go. Where the hell did it go?
Did you see what Scott put the comment to look up a certain address?
Type in
Like
1260. Oh, I think I. Hold on. I gotta find it. Get a post it thingy. I want to say that I looked up 1260 Walenta, but let me write it down. Okay, Scott, on this address, what am I supposed to be looking for? Hey, Eliza, how are you? Okay, now I got to go back to Moscow because it took me all the way back to Louisiana.
there's a Walenta Drive in Louisiana, I'm supposing.
No, when I was doing what Riddler was talking about with the little globe, I guess I hit something else and it brought me all the way
Oh,
back to
back to your
Louisiana.
home state.
Yeah. Let's see.
Can I say something real quick about this case or anything?
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
said on the live earlier. I don't know if you was in there. This guy here at the Pima County Jail was faking an injury to prevent being searched properly. And when he was actually searched properly, they found a tube of 49 fentanyl pills in a tube in the only body cavity I can think of him having.
Oh, damn. Hey, Calm Sleeping. Just
Yeah,
imagine if that would have broke open.
no, I know. That's what we were saying.
Yeah,
That's what we
that
were saying. But I thought it was crazy.
that would have been bad if it would have busted open.
Okay, Scarlet, I can see a satellite view, but I can't get, or a bird's eye view, however you want to say it, but I cannot get a street view on that MapQuest.
Yeah, I can't find the Street View thing, so I'm wondering if MapQuest just doesn't do Street View, maybe. Let's see, I see
Hey,
traffic, but
Time Sleuthin might know about the unblurring of that screenshot if that's possible. So I think someone said she had good editing skills.
Might have to have a premium service to get that street view from MapQuest. I don't know.
okay. If they do it, I wonder if MapQuest has that. I don't know. I might have to
Okay.
go digging for that picture though that everybody's talking about.
She's asking what's the question. You want to explain to her the picture, the screenshot?
Hold on, she's coming up. Let me grab it.
Okay, good. Thanks.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing? I gotta say it. What's your deal, Pickles?
I'm
a whole
hot
lot.
and spicy.
No, sweet pickles. You're my sweet pickles.
Sour,
Are you sour? But you're sweet misery.
but I'm a sour pickle. I'm sweet and sour, kind of like those Sour Patch Kids.
Oh Lord, them things are disgusting.
Well, I'm a gherkin.
A little one?
Little sweet
Is that
pickle.
what a
Yeah.
gherkin is?
Yeah, I eat those straight out of the jar.
I can't do sweet pickles.
So what's going on? I just got here and I saw somebody said something about photo blurred.
Okay, so some Vapor and a couple of other people in chat said that there is a screenshot of the girl's house on Facebook, and somebody has put murder house or the murder house or something like that on it. And when I went to Google Earth and Google Maps, I didn't see it. So apparently it's somebody took the screenshot and then added those words to that screenshot.
Yeah, what that is whoever took that screenshot, they dropped a pin there.
And then added
Yeah,
the murder house.
Yeah, when you can click on the address, right? And then you can click on add a missing business and then put whatever you want it to say. And then that's what it's going to say. But only for you. It's not like for everybody.
Well, they must have done that. And then they took a screenshot of it and then they put it on Facebook.
Yeah. Yeah, people are losing their freaking minds.
I don't get it. Why do people have to be so... Why they got to be a bunch of asses? Honestly. That's disgusting.
Yep, it is.
I mean, these families more than likely look at these Facebook groups, and some of them are nasty. Some of the people in there, the shit that they say.
Oh, I know. God. Oh, my Lord.
But these families have to see this. And
it's disgusting. It's like people run out of things to talk about, actual things to talk about. Mm-hmm. So then they just start pulling things out of their butt. Literally. Yep. Somebody in here was talking about that kind of when I first walked in. I was like, what did I walk into?
Kind of like that fentanyl they found in the jail.
Yes, that's what I heard when I first walked in the chat. I was like, what? What are we talking about tonight?
Exactly. Okay, so Kim, yeah, I did hear that, and then I also heard that he blocked her, and she is trying to she's created multiple other accounts trying to get in touch with him, and he won't have anything to do with her now.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say it publicly. I don't care if anybody doesn't like me. When people don't like me, I'm like, cool. I really don't care.
Let's be doing something right.
I'm Gen X. I don't care. I firmly believe that Riley, Lively, and Bratty Nose Norton are both full of it.
I haven't got to watch all the stuff, but I did hear. Where did I see that at?
Well, the reason that I think that is because I wasn't really sure on Riley. I wasn't totally sure. I was like, well, it could be, the things that she was saying. But there's no receipts whatsoever of everything that she's saying. She's going on panels and saying stuff, but there's literally no actual receipts. She'll send screenshots of stuff, but that's not a receipt. I showed a couple other creators how you can text yourself. You can add yourself as a contact, right? Because I do that. I've got myself as a contact because I text myself shopping lists and stuff, little reminders, and I just use my own conversation with myself. You can do that and have a full-blown conversation, name your contact, your own phone number, whatever you want, and then just make up crap, right? And then pick a screenshot and, oh, here's my proof I was talking to Steve. No, it's not proof. Anyway, so I was like, tell me what to put in these texts so that I just made this up, and they told me a couple things to say, and I sent them a screenshot, and you would swear to God that I was talking to Steve Gonsalves. Exactly the same crap that they're putting out. And it's just so frustrating because people don't understand how easy it is to fake things. They just fall for it.
It's super easy. There are websites out there dedicated to helping you create fake screenshots.
And that's
right.
That's what I thought maybe happened.
Y'all heard about the Venmo, right? There was supposedly a Venmo.
Yeah, but I went and looked his the KF dude, you know who I'm talking about? I don't really want to say his name on here, but the guy who
Right,
owns
right,
Linda
right.
Lane or whatever, I went and looked his name up. There is only one account with his name. And when I looked it up, there was, I think he had one friend on there. He had a couple of different transactions, but it kind of looked like it might have been maybe tenants or something like that that was paying for things. But that was really all it was.
Yep.
There wasn't anything
There's
else.
there's there's a website you can go to. You can actually do it on your own Venmo. You can act like you're sending it to somebody and then just cancel it at the last second,
Uh huh.
and there's your screenshot. My sister has an insurance business, and she had a client that did that to her, claimed that she'd paid for her whole premium for the whole year, and sent her a screenshot of a Venmo she supposedly sent her. And she's like, I don't have anything on my side. What are you talking about? And it was a big deal. It was like she was swearing to the insurance company that she paid my sister and like didn't get her service that she was supposed to, and her policy was canceled.
Mm-hmm.
And it took quite a bit of research to figure out that's what she had done. She faked it.
Yeah.
She
Now,
tried to
Eric,
get a
Eric, on Venmo, you can only, well, if you don't put it on private, even if it's on public, it doesn't show the amount of the transaction, but it shows who it's to or who it's from, and if they leave a comment with the payment. Now, if you put it on private, you can't see anything.
But the thing was, that person told me directly. I literally did email with him back and forth several times about all this stuff. And he told me under no circumstances did he sell or give away any of that footage to anybody.
I
So
don't believe it. I don't understand why people want to lie. I don't get it. Okay, Scott, did you email me? Let me check my email because Scott was wanting me to look up this 1260 Lowenta Drive. Let's see, get rid of Venmo and PayPal. I have Venmo, but I only used it for one thing, and that's to look up all the Kylie Rodney stuff.
Me too.
Yeah,
I've used it a couple of times, but I always do Cash App.
Yeah, I have Cash App and PayPal. I think I used Venmo once, and that was it. I just mostly did it because I was looking at all their stuff with all those, all that drug stuff that was going on in Kylie's case, and I've got those screenshots. I've got them set in 4 different places, keeping them safe. Hey, Jason, how are you?
I've only used Cash App one time.
I like Cash App.
Ever. I used it one time. It worked perfect, and I didn't tie my card to it, so I was fine with it.
Yeah, I don't have
anything. I don't think I'd make a habit of it.
Okay, Scott, I got your email. I did see that picture. I think it was on Twitter where I seen it. The dude, he sent me a video that they're talking about the guy that was had the mask on that was at somebody's door. I think it was December, at the early part of December. She has Sammy used her Venmo since she has been in college. I honestly, Vapor, I don't know. I haven't looked in the last few months at any of those kids' stuff, but I do need to go back and look through it again. Because I had all of hers. I had so many screenshots of Venmo stuff and all the crap that was going on at those parties and everything else for that case.
Yeah, that was insane.
Yeah.
Scarlett, I was on a channel earlier today with Big Al and a few other people around here, I believe.
Uh-huh.
And I asked a question, did the defense ever get to question Bethany? And one of the guys on there said yes. Now, where did he get it from? I didn't get to ask him that question. But he said, yes, they did get to speak with Bethany.
It was the private investigator, but I don't know where that's in writing anywhere.
Yeah, because I've never seen that be confirmed that they did get to speak with her.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to find out.
I was looking for that too, brother, and I can't find anything.
We need somebody to contact Ann Taylor and just ask her. Like, I was just wondering if y'all had happened to be able to get your interview with Bethany and see what she says.
Then after she gives me that answer, I'm going to say, now what's up with the alibi? Come on, dog.
I wonder if she would answer that question.
Probably not.
And no, she's not going to answer any questions.
But Sally may got what I was trying to say. Yeah, she wouldn't answer anything pertaining to this case because of this whole gag order or whatever. Jason said he is still not flying over Truckee. Jason, I don't blame you. There's some weird stuff going on up in the northwest corner of the U.S.
A lot of little good old boys clubs up in these small towns.
Yeah, because, I mean, honestly, Moscow kind of reminds me of Truckee in a way.
Yep.
The way
they want it to go away. Bad.
Yeah, right. I mean, Truckee
Bad for
wanted
business.
all the stuff with Kylie to go away because winter was coming up, snow season, and that's where they get a lot of their money from. Then you've got Moscow, school starting. They want it all to go away, so all the students will come back. They're different, but they're the same. Hold on, I gotta answer a text back.
I doubt she would even get your message to ignore it.
Who, Ann Taylor?
Yeah.
Yeah, she probably. I mean, if somebody was to email her asking her about the case, she would probably just automatically delete it.
Well, wouldn't she have to? There's a gag order.
What? Delete it?
Well, just not even speak to anyone.
I mean,
yeah.
she could probably read it, but I think she would just automatically delete the email, not even open it.
I would think she'd be reading emails that are coming in because there could be something in there that could help her case, but I can't see her ever responding.
Yeah, I don't.
I
think
would
she
read it, and if it was mean, I would just curse him out in a reply.
Like Fofa said, Ann's auto reply says, "Gag order, go away."
Hey, William, how are you? Hold on just 1 second. I need to mute for just a second.
Hit that like, everybody.
Yeah, quit being lazy about the like button around here.
Wonder why YouTube went from the like button to the thumbs up.
Sorry, Big Al. I was chewing, but I don't know. I didn't want you to think your question was ignored or something.
Okay, I'm back. What was the question?
I didn't have a question. I was just talking about people being lazy on the like button.
Oh.
I had asked the question, why did YouTube go from the like button to the thumbs up?
Oh, sorry. It was Riddler, not Big Al. Sorry, Big Al.
That's all right. You just had me pretty confused.
I don't never remember it being like. I thought it was always a thumbs up.
Yeah, it was thumbs up and thumbs down, and they took away the thumbs down count back when 2020 hit.
Oh, okay.
Because they didn't want people After the last election, they didn't want people polluting YouTube channels with dislikes.
Uh, good lord, y'all. I'm sitting here trying to type in chat and can't type. In
Don't you
April.
hate when you download something and you know you just downloaded it and it's nowhere?
You can't find it?
Yeah.
Yep. I hate that with my notes too that I write down. I was looking, what was I looking for last night that I had wrote down? Oh, FOFA. I know what it is. Do you remember when the state said that they sent the defense all of the stuff on the car, on Bryan's car? I want to say it was May, and I wrote it down somewhere that the state said that, but I don't remember the day. And I literally looked for like 30 minutes last night and could not find what notebook that it was in that I had wrote it down in.
Fofa's putting on her cape right now. She's coming. Here she comes to save the day.
It's on a sticky note. No, Sally, I actually wrote it down in a notebook. I remember writing it down. I just don't know where I put it. I went through like I don't know how many notebooks last night, and I can't find where I wrote it down. Summer, I don't either. I got some little things called rips. Look at the house. Oh no, I have never heard of being maps. I'm sure though, if they were to blur it out on Google Maps and all that, wouldn't it be blurred out on all of them, or do you have to contact each one of the maps and ask them to do it? Okay, thank you, Fofa.
Are you asking who can blur?
Well, like, so somebody asked if I had checked Bing Maps for to see about looking at the house or whatever. But I was wondering because like on Google Maps and Google Earth, it's blurred out. The house is well, actually, 3 houses on the street now is. So I was wondering, like, whenever you go to Google Maps, I would think they would automatically do it on Google Earth too. But do they do it on all the different maps, like Bing Maps and MapQuest and all that? If MapQuest has Street View, or do you have to go to each individual one? And
I don't know. I haven't used MapQuest since probably 2005. That's a good question, though.
Riddler had asked me a minute ago to look on there, but I couldn't find where if they have like a Street View or anything like that.
I do know that if you go to Zillow, all of the photos from like before they moved in, they're still there. And then, there's 2 houses that are blurred. You can still see photos of them on the realtor websites.
Okay. Okay, Fofa, I got it.
The realtor websites. I took photos, like saved them, but I don't really remember what addresses they were.
Okay, I can't understand anything you're saying. You're breaking up really bad.
Okay, is that better?
A little bit.
Okay, hold on.
You're kind of robotic.
I have my.
Now you're good.
That happens every time I am up here and I make anything on my other. I have 3 monitors, and if I make anything on any of my monitors full screen while I'm on panel, that happens. I don't know why.
You're running out of memory.
Oh yeah, I suck at I'll run my computer for days and days and days without rebooting.
That's what it is.
Oh wow. I wish I was scuba diving, Fofa.
Okay, let me go to this document. Shit, here we go. Okay, now I just gotta go through the document real quick and find out what day it was because I remember us talking about it last night. Okay, so May the 4th is when they sent all the 10,000 pages of reports, 10,200 photographs, and 9,200 tips. But there was some, and that's when they also sent the 51 terabytes. But there was somewhere that they stated, maybe this is it. So maybe it was May the 4th. Numerous lab reports regarding forensic evidence collection and analysis of items recovered from the defendant's parents' home, trash cans, and other receptacles. Defense's vehicle have been disclosed to the defendant. Okay, so it was May the 4th. And I forgot what we were talking about last night with it, but I remember I was trying to find it when that was brought up, and I just couldn't find the date on it. And then there's something else I was going to ask y'all because I wanted y'all's opinion on something. Now I just got to find where I wrote it down.
Scarlett, the reason I asked about the like button, and there used to be a like button on YouTube. I researched it.
Uh huh.
But the reason I knew about it because Dr. Sheldon Cooper, remember him?
I don't guess.
Big Bang Theory, the movie, the series. Anyway, he went berserk when they took the like button off of YouTube, or the stars they used to have, and then they went to the thumbs up.
Oh, okay.
But you had to watch that movie to know what I'm talking about, the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, I've never seen it. Sweet Melissa, that's how mine is too. I wonder what the purpose is though of blurring the house out. We've all seen what it looks like. Everybody knows where it's at or how to get to it.
You reckon the people that owned that house requested it?
I want to say that once the college took ownership of it, that's when it was blurred out. I don't think it was done before that.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And
There's
then,
probably the Board of Regents went to Google and said, "Hey,
right.
enough of this."
Hey, I'm gonna have to hop down because I need to reboot and I need to finish something that I'm working on. So
Okay.
I'm gonna hop on down.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming up.
Yeah, no problem. Maybe I may be back. Well, I mean, I know I will be back, but I just got to finish this first, and then I will be
Okay.
back.
If you want to come back up, just let me know and I'll drop the link for you.
All right. I mean, I'll let you know. All right, you guys have a good time. Have a great night.
See you later.
You
I'll be
too.
listening one way or the other.
Bye. Bye,
Alright.
Bye,
Ethan.
guys. Bye.
So Ash has made a comment in chat about chat overlaying. Yes, Ash is. I think
Yeah.
Scarlett and I have been having the same problem.
Mine was doing it really bad last night. It's only done it a couple of times tonight, but it's still jumping off a live chat to top chat. And I don't understand the whole overlaying thing. And it usually happens, I've noticed, when people put a bunch of emojis in chat.
Yep.
And it's causing the words of the emoji to go over the top of the comments for some reason.
Did you see Agape Love? If that's his name, I don't know how to say it. Are they taking it down? Is anyone local? So are they still gonna wait until the middle or whatever of October, or till after it's supposed to start?
They're supposed to be waiting until the trial is over with before they take it down. Now, if they've changed that, I haven't seen anything about it. Hey, Gigi. And usually, if there's something new comes out regarding the house or it being demolished or whatever, people usually get screenshots. I haven't seen anything about it. So I don't know why they would blur it out. because, like I said, we all know where it's located. We all know what it looks like. But I want to say right around the time that the college got the house, they blurred it out. And then the other two houses, the one next door, the 11, 12, was blurred out after that. And then just like here recently, the one across the street was blurred out. Hey, Avery, how are you? So I don't know
I'm
why
sure
they're
they're
doing
patrolling
it.
the hell out of that neighborhood.
Oh, yeah, I would think
And
so.
I'm sure they're not just letting people sightsee through there. They're
Yeah,
probably
but
doing a good job of running them off.
hey, Penny, how are you?
I know the crazy redneck with the flags ended up in jail, so I'm sure somebody took his place.
Right. Which I think was completely wrong in what he did
Oh,
in the
100%.
JLR. That was
Are you
just,
talking about the one that got into a JLR?
Yeah, that crazy redneck.
Oh, I was like, what is he talking about? Then I just remembered.
yeah. Yep, he ended up getting arrested for that.
That guy was 2 PBRs short of a 6-pack for sure.
Well, it's not the first time he went after a YouTuber, so.
Vinny D, we are all doing good. Thank you for joining us tonight. Just seeing somebody else. And this is why I hate when the chat messes up. Because I can't keep up with the comments in. Shit, I'll have to try to find it in a minute. All right, and if y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, please go hit it real quick. So, I had a question for y'all a minute ago, and I don't know, I can't remember what it was. Do y'all think whenever this finally does go to trial that Anne is going to be able to come out and prove that Bryan had a habit, like she's claiming, of going on these long drives at night by himself?
He's going to have to prove that. And like I was talking about earlier tonight, he's going to have to be able to show a pattern habit of where that was happening, where he was falling off the network, to be able to say that, well, I just fell off the network. No, I mean, we pretty much know that that's not true.
But okay, so hold on. I got to pull up the PCA because there was something in the PCA. Oh shit, that's Chad Hayfield's stuff. Hold on. PCA pulled up here. And I actually wrote this down today. I see I go on judgmentally. I do accept this all about face value. I mean, honestly, Eric, I don't think a whole lot of like going by yourself driving at night because, like I said the other night, people around here do it all the time. They drive the back roads, listen to music, drink, and all that, riding around. But with it happening on a night that 4 murders happened, he kind of has to prove, you know what I'm saying, that he wasn't at. Well, technically, the state's got to prove it, but he's going to have to come up with something or testify or something.
Well, it's very circumstantial. If you claim to be driving around often, if your phone hasn't been off the network in weeks, but you drive around often, well, how did it go? How did it drop off the network just at the right time? I mean, it may be circumstantial, but it's to a jury, it's going to make a difference.
His biggest problem is the DNA in the bedroom.
Yes.
So, plus, then when you add driving around that night, and it just happens to be on the same night that you got 4 people deceased, and it just so happens your DNA's on the knife sheath.
And it just so happens that you're off network.
Right. So that's
right
how they build the story up. Right.
Yeah.
So, okay. I mean, he's got some big hurdles to jump over.
Oh, it's a mountain. I don't know that he's going to be able to jump over some of those when they keep stacking them up.
So far, from what we understand, and I've said it 100 times, they got to prove he was in that house, and that's what that DNA does. It shows he was in the house. In their eyes, depends how you want to look at touch DNA. If it is touch DNA, which I'm sure it is. If you want to say that's touch DNA, and you believe 100% in touch DNA as convicting someone, okay, then I can tell you right now that jurors are going to say you're guilty. End of trial. You can end it right there.
Well,
Now,
a
if
lot
you
of
learn-
jurors.
Oh,
Sorry.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say a lot of jurors, all they need to hear is DNA.
Mhm.
Right. But now, if somebody can get inside the head and says, let me show you how touch DNA works. If I shake your hand and you go back and get in your car, my DNA is now on your steering wheel. If he can convince that jury that's how that DNA is on that knife sheath, unless this is what I was trying to find out earlier, when did the knife sheath get mailed off? Did it accidentally rub against other evidence they sent to the lab? Was it
Yeah, is it
mishandled?
possible? Yeah, is it
Right.
possible it was mishandled and cross contaminated?
And
But
they're right. And that's happened in some trials where they touched other items.
yeah, you'd have to know where they sent each item and when. When was it received? By whom?
I'm sure
Yeah.
that would be on the bag, just like every trial I have
Yep.
seen, right?
I would assume so.
In a sealed bag with information on it. That's how it should be, right?
Absolutely. And my thought is what are the odds of two pieces of evidence being out of the bag at the same time on the same table? It's
Well,
got to
that
be pretty low.
right, and that happened in one trial. They even showed it in. It was a video. So for some reason, they videoed the people in the lab working, and you could see it was really a messy or sloppy procedure. We think everything is perfect in there and crystal clear, and these guys know what they're doing. Well, this video showed the opposite.
Yeah, see, when I think about it, I'm thinking, all right, they've got a stainless steel table that's been completely disinfected before the evidence even comes out, new gloves, the microscope or whatever instruments they're using have been completely disinfected. That's what I see in my head, but obviously it's not what it is.
Yeah, and that's the way I see it. Germ-free atmosphere, yeah, the whole
Right.
works. And they only bring one piece of evidence at a time, and then after they test it, they
Move on to the next one. Well,
Right.
change their gloves and then move on to the next one.
Right.
Well, they seal it up, get it out of that room into another room, and now can bring the next one in.
See, you know what our problem is, Riddler? We've been ruined by freaking TV. Because that's not reality, that's TV.
Okay, before I forget, you know how we were talking about the food bag that we saw in the pictures and it has Xana's name on it and all this and that, and people were wondering if it was from that night, the DoorDash order that she got at approximately 4 o'clock, like it says in the PCA. I got to thinking that can't be from that night, that bag, because if it was, they would have taken that for evidence. We wouldn't have seen it sitting behind the sink in the kitchen and then on the dining room table in a picture through the window. They would have, it seems like they would have bagged that up and brought that with them. Or I would think they would anyway.
Can you imagine when they interviewed the DoorDash individual, male or female? Okay, so you dropped it off at 4 o'clock. Then where'd you go? Now he's got to do his alibi.
Right. Well, that's what the private driver didn't he say he had to do that? He had
Well,
to show
that should be
where
simple,
he
though.
went. Yeah, just by like his deliveries or
His phone,
Yeah.
his DoorDash app, his Google location, his cellular location, all that should instantly clear him.
right. Because didn't one of them say when they left the house, was it the private driver or the DoorDash? They left the house and went to Taco Bell, and they were able to show that or whatever. Does anybody in chat know that?
That would make
Hopefully it was
sense.
private.
Yeah,
That would
Froggy
make-
says DoorDash knows where we are at all times,
Okay.
and it's being tracked.
What were you saying, Riddler?
Well, DoorDash knows where your phone is at all times.
Correct.
They
Correct.
don't know where you're at.
Right.
Well, I was going to say that would coincide with what the defense lawyer in here said if you went to a restaurant and used your credit card, plus you're on film at another place, I don't care if it's a Wendy's or a Taco Bell, you go there and you use your credit card and there's a video of you in the store with their cameras. See, that's an alibi. That's what Bryan, and you would think BK would say, hey, I had to stop sometime and get gas. Check this gas station where I went.
To get something to eat or something, you would think.
Unless he brought gas cans with him. I can't imagine that.
Well, does anybody in the chat have a Hyundai Elantra? Just estimate it like what the mileage is on one.
Between 20 and 24 miles to the gallon.
Okay, and it's got heavy of a tank.
Unless it's in really bad shape. I forgot what the hell it was. I want to say 14 gallons, but I don't know if that's right.
Okay, you said 24.
It was like 18 to 24 miles to the gallon. 18 if it needs a tune-up, it's in bad shape, got a bad air filter, needs an oil change, running like shit. Up to like 24. Some of them as high as 28.
Okay.
It seems to me if he's filling that tank up, he's driving around for a long time before he's got to fill it back up again.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Because let's see, it's 6 miles from Pullman to the girl's house. I'm sorry, not 6 miles. 9 miles, between 9 and 10 miles. Don't know how long that route is, though. I've never mapped that they're claiming that he took back to Pullman. State order from the law, supposedly he was not supposed to be. Yeah, Vapor, I can do that after the live and send it to you. I have to make a note of that. So I would think that if he knew that he was going to be going from Pullman over to Moscow, whether he knew that that was going to be the night or not. Hey, Betty Joe, how are you? Or if he was just going over there like he was these other 12 times that they're claiming. I would think that he would have had a full tank of gas. And that way, if there's something happens and there's alternate routes that he has to take other than the straight shot back to Pullman, that he would have plenty of gas that wouldn't need to stop.
He seems, we know he's kind of OCD, right?
Right.
Probably not the kind of guy that runs around under a half a tank of gas, especially in the wintertime.
That could be true.
I mean, I know me personally, if I hit a quarter of a tank, I'm freaking out in the wintertime. Because that gas might be the only thing keeping you alive when it's 40 below.
Right. And it was cold up there. I think he would have a full tank of gas before.
I would.
Before he went over there.
I don't know though. I grew up where it's cold, and I learned how to drive where it's cold.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, he
grew up in Pennsylvania,
right?
And it's cold as shit there too.
Don't Pennsylvania get more snow than what at like where Pullman and Moscow and all that is?
It depends on the elevation.
Okay.
If you're up in the mountains, yeah, probably.
What's it? It was 28 degrees that night, but that's not cold.
No, 28's not that cold. 28 actually here in the wintertime is people are taking their jackets off.
For me, it's cold.
Shit, me and Christy would die. We ain't used to that kind of cold.
Up here, after a few months of 20 below, you're like, oh shit, yeah, it's 28, sweet. I mean, I've seen people in shorts and tank tops at 50 degrees. That's something you see here every spring.
Yeah, no. Give me hurricanes, but don't give me snow.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, so William Tardy said on 6 gallons he could travel over 200 miles. So you got to think he went, or this suspect vehicle car that they're claiming is a Hyundai Elantra went from Pullman to Moscow, did all these loops around the house, left, went this long way back around, back to Pullman early in the morning, comes back to Moscow the next morning between 9 and 9:30, and then back to Pullman, and then all the way down to Lewiston, to the Albertsons down there, and then back to Pullman.
Okay,
But-
so the 2015 Hyundai Elantra,
Uh-huh.
the window sticker shows 24 in the city and up to 38 on the highway. That's
Okay,
amazing
so-
to me. I was way off what I was told.
Okay, so the low end is going to be 24 miles
Yeah.
per gallon. Okay.
I would say low end is probably 20, and when they say it's 38, it's probably 34. You know, in reality, I mean, you got to drive like a granny to get that kind of mileage out of a car.
Well, the hills and all that.
Yeah, the
too.
hills and the mountains. I
Yeah.
mean, but even if he was getting, let's say, 30, I mean, you can go a long way on 10 gallons of gas.
Okay. Hold on. I look for something in chat.
Eric says his 500 horsepower Mustang gets 24 up to 28. That's things. Our cars are getting more efficient.
Yeah.
I know my diesel gets about 8, and my Explorer gets about 21.
So I mean, I could see him doing all this driving and not have to get gas, or if he did, they never say that they caught him on camera anywhere.
I just, if you drove around, okay, now if I put myself in his shoes, and I'm trying to say I was out driving around, I'm gonna name 20 places I drove by because I'm hoping that they have a camera and can corroborate what I'm saying. He's not doing that.
But that's, she did ask for an ex parte hearing, which is where she goes in and talks to the judge without the state being present.
Yep.
So I don't know if we'll know if he allows her to get an ex parte hearing. I don't know if there would be like a court document for that or not. But if she does get it, that could be something that she tells the judge, explaining the situation, and that they have this information, they just don't want to put it out so the state doesn't know what they're.
Well, any kind of video footage that would be out there would be wiped clean by now.
Oh yeah, because it's
I mean, he would have had to say something the minute he got arrested, and then still it probably would have been written over.
Right. Because the 30th of this month will be 8 months since he's been arrested. And the 13th will be 9 months since the murders happened. Still crazy it doesn't seem like it's been that long, honestly. Okay, and then what I was looking for in the PCA when you were talking about like the phone pings and explaining why it's off and all this and that, it does say in the Christy, I'm sorry, I didn't know that you had dropped.
It's okay.
All right, so let me go right here. They do put in the PCA, I don't know if y'all can see the blue part, but it says that the phone stopped reporting to the network, which is consistent with either the phone being in an area without cellular coverage, the connection to the network is disabled, such as airplane mode, or the phone was turned off. So,
or the phone was in a Mylar bag.
didn't think about that one. So could it be in a bag and it still be turned on?
Oh yeah.
And it wouldn't pick up?
It'll totally block all the radio waves and GPS.
But you think
they sell them on Amazon. They're like 12. You can get them for as cheap as $10.
But then they would know what he ordered on Amazon. They would know that he ordered one.
I'll pull one up on Amazon and shoot you a link.
Okay.
Got tons of them on Amazon.
I don't know. There is also the one document that shows the two AT&T phones that they don't know who they belong to. The number, or they claim they don't know who they belong to. A lot of people think that it could be Bryan Kohberger's burner phone.
There you go. I dropped one in the chat. You can take a look at that when you have time, but it basically blocks everything. It'll block your key fob, it'll block anti-tracking, it'll block RFID on your credit cards, anti-spying case for your phone. It just kills everything.
I'm gonna grab the link and just drop it in the chat. That way I can go back and look at it later.
Yeah, it's basically a Faraday cage, is what it is.
Oh,
but it's a stylish little bag.
Okay, I can't drop the link because it's more than 200 characters.
You want me to tiny URL it for you? You can just, all you gotta do is go to cell phone bag block signal and type that into Amazon or Google, and it'll pop right up. There's 100 different ones. I mean, it's.
Summer, mine's doing the same thing. I don't know why it does it. So if anybody has said anything to me and I've missed your comment, that's the reason why.
You know, I have an RFID wallet. You know, that my cards go in.
Mm-hmm.
So if I walk through, or walk next to somebody who's got an RFID scanner, or I walk through, a store that's scanning RFID, they can't get my card information. But you can still get my phone information. Because like everyone else, we all walk around with them like a leash. It still blows my mind. I went to get a new phone about a month and a half ago, and I got a new laptop cheaper than my new cell phone.
Yeah, they're expensive.
It is crazy.
Yep. Ridiculous, honestly.
And for what they actually do, I mean, to think back to 1992, when I started messing with computers, to think of what a cell phone does now,
it's
comparatively,
different.
It would have been a room full of hard drives and floppy disks, and I mean, it's completely crazy. We've come a long way.
I remember reading something from Steve Jobs that his biggest fear was that the cell phone would replace the laptop and the PC station or the computer, and it has.
Okay. Let me answer this real quick. Do y'all think he's going to testify?
I don't know.
Well, if he's in the part of the trial where he's got nothing to lose, I think he will. But if he still thinks he's got a shot with that jury,
mm-hmm.
then I think he won't testify. I think they're going to wait and see what happens, how that jury is responding.
Right. Because, I mean, she's mentioned in that one document, that last one that came out, she had mentioned about that he could testify that he was not at 1122 King Road on the night or early morning of the 13th. And I want to say there was another document before that one that she had mentioned about him testifying. And I just wonder if there's a chance that he's going to end up taking the stand and trying to tell his side of the story.
It's going to be hard for him to not want to take the stand, I think. He's going to be itching. His body language is going to be pretty crazy, I think, during this trial.
Yeah, because I had said that a long time ago. I don't know why I get this vibe from him that he wants to take the stand and tell his story his way to the jury. Well, now the way she's talking, she just hasn't came out and said that he's going to testify, but her saying, he has a right to stand silent and testify that he wasn't there kind of makes it sound like she may be insinuating a little bit that he might take the stand and testify, and don't know how that's going to work out because, I mean, then you've got cross examination.
He's such a narcissist, though. I don't know. I mean, I believe he's a narcissist. I really don't have anything to go off of on that other than what we've heard about him. But I just think it's going to be hard for him not to want to.
I could see him wanting to. Now, whether Anne says, yeah, go ahead and get up there and tell your story, or says, no, I think it would be best that you didn't, it's going to be interesting to watch it play out in the trial. Kelly P., I am so sorry to hear that, honey. We're going to keep you and your family in our prayers.
Yeah, you wouldn't think with all his training and schooling and everything else that he would, but I think it's going to be hard for him not to.
Yeah, he just seems like the type of person. And did I drop the link for? Yes, I did drop the link for. Okay. He just, I don't know. He looks like the type of person, and just going off of what we've heard people say about him, the type of person that he is, especially like the students from Washington State, where they said like he wants to take over the conversation and he wants to make sure that everyone in the room knows that he knows what he's talking about and stuff like that. And if it turns out he is the person who done this, I could see him fully wanting to take the stand. Hey, Fofa, how are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
Doing good.
Give me 1 second. Having headphone problems.
Okay.
She's got to crawl underneath the couch so she can swipe at my ankle.
Not yet.
Wait, Eric, when who entered their... Oh, okay. I was... Never mind. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now, Eric. I was thinking when who entered their plea?
Yeah, when he entered the plea, I was really focusing on his hands. He did a really good job of sitting still.
Wasn't there... Somebody said that one of them, one of the court dates, he had a big Band-Aid on his hand. Does anybody remember?
I do remember seeing a Band-Aid.
I wonder what that was from.
I just remember when he didn't know how to shave.
Oh, that was like way...
But that was his face, not his hand.
Yeah, that was like his second court appearance.
It's not easy shaving with a single-bladed Bic razor with soap and no shaving cream.
It was his second court appearance in Idaho.
Yeah. Because a lot of people thought that he got into a fight and got beat up. And I forgot who it was. Somebody had to come out and say it was from him shaving. Okay. Now my chat is doing that overlay shit. And when it does it, it makes it hard to read people's comments. Fofa, what are you looking for?
Nothing.
Oh, you said hold on just a minute. I thought you were looking for something.
No, I had to get my headphones set up. It connected wrong.
She's looking for a little RESPECT.
Find out what it means to me.
Fofa, earlier I was in another channel, and I asked if the defense has had a chance to talk with Bethany. And there was a gentleman in the... Oh, you did?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, so I was wondering if you had seen a document, because if anybody, I'll go to my source, Fofa. She'll know if there was a Sure that there was any documents on that. I don't know where he saw that. I'm trying to find it.
Would they even put out a document for something like that? Letting the
I
court
can
know
go
that they.
check on the. It was all in the Nevada, like dockets is where all that was. So if there was a follow up, but I would think that it would have been a moot point.
I just don't know if they would put that in a document that they would it. Why would it even need to be in a document if it was?
Was there a date
No, not
for
that.
the interview?
No, just that she had agreed to meet with them if the subpoena was quashed.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. But
yeah, I never heard anything about a date, and that they would. Ann Taylor and them would have to come down to Nevada.
Well, they were going to meet in Reno.
Right, that's where Bethany's from.
But yeah, to me, it could have happened. It might not have happened. I don't know.
I mean, I would think that there was enough time between the time that it was, like the whole thing was being arranged or whatever, or the agreement, and the grand jury. But there's also maybe not enough time, because Ann's got to go all the way down there.
And you also could have had the other lawyer knowing that it was going to a grand jury and kicking it down there.
Right. Could have been it too. Because I would think that Bethany's attorney has probably talked to the prosecution on probably more than one occasion.
I don't know. What do you think, Riddler?
I would have done it by Zoom.
Same.
That way you got to do all this traveling.
I mean, that would have made more sense. So
it can't take but 3 or 4 questions, I'm sure.
I mean, could they have possibly done it by Zoom then? Hey, Bryan R. And then that was
to go back and read.
It would have been, okay, we quash it. We agree. We're going to, we'll do an interview with you. Let's do it tomorrow via Zoom. Because y'all know how attorneys are. You try to schedule something, and you got to catch them on a day when they don't have anything else scheduled, and it would have to be on a day that Bethany was free, her attorney was free, Ann Taylor and her team were free, to be able to make it work. Especially if Ann had to drive all the way down there, because that's probably several hours drive from Coeur d'Alene down to Reno, Nevada. Kelly, I think that's what she's looking at now. So the grand jury is supposed to be secret. Prosecution cannot tell BF attorney, but people imagine that was going on. Well, if Bethany was at the grand jury, then her attorney, I think, would have been there, but I don't know, maybe Bethany wasn't there.
I read that it was a member of their legal team, not necessarily Ann Taylor.
That was supposed to meet with Bethany?
Yes.
You're talking almost an 800-mile drive.
Okay, so damn, I didn't realize it was that far.
Surely they've flown if it was that far, huh?
Yeah, 13 hours. Yeah, they'd fly.
Yeah.
Just from Coeur d'Alene to Reno, is that? Oh, yeah. Okay. I was thinking it was just like right below the state line. Lady V, thank you so much for being a member for 6 months. And she says, awesome love.
Hi, Lady V.
Hey, Lady V, we miss you up here.
Zoom looks better all the time than 800 miles.
Yeah, I don't understand why for 3 years Zoom was good for everything, and then all of a sudden it's no bueno anymore.
But if you're
because it's not free.
It's not free.
Neither is gas or a plane ticket. Which one's cheaper?
With gas prices these days, I'd say an airplane ticket.
I'd
Williams
say a
is-
Zoom subscription.
Yeah, I'm going to go with a whole year's worth of Zoom.
William says he drives 2,000 miles round trip in a weekend for the Guar barbecue. Am I reading that right?
It's not crazy
I-
for somebody to take a road trip, but for a business like that, I mean, what's the point? You're talking about over 30 hours in a car.
Okay, but if you're a defense attorney and your investigator comes to you and says, this person who was in the house when these murders happened has exculpatory evidence, you
I'm
need
on
to
the first
interview her.
flight. I'm on the first flight.
Okay, well, that's what I was going to ask. Would you rather go to that person and interview them in person so you can actually see their body language and how they're acting, or would you rather just do it on Zoom?
I'm on the first flight with a video camera so I can get their whole body on camera. I want to see them tapping their foot. I want to see,
The nervous little ticks.
yep, nervous ticks and whatever I
Yeah.
can see.
Okay, so Emily said MLS said last night it's pretty much preferred to do it in person, so there's more pressure to tell the truth, and you could read the body language. Because, I mean, if you do it by Zoom, more than likely she's going to be doing it from her house or maybe her attorney's office.
You're going to see her basically from her clavicle up.
Yeah, and
That's what
You're not-
Michigan law said.
yeah, you're not going to be able to tell anything else or who's sitting there holding their hand.
She's going to be in a comfortable environment also.
Right. Avery, thank you so much for being a member for 2 months. And Avery said, let's fly to Idaho for trial, Scarlett. Nope, see, you had me at fly.
You lost me at fly.
Can't do it. Hey, Christina, how are you?
Will you take a train, Scarlett?
Meh. I mean, if I had to, it's better than flying.
If you got a full room on a train, it's not that bad. But it's not cheap.
I still would say it was better than flying.
I know I'll never get on another airplane as long as I live.
Yeah, I'm not flying nowhere. You can fly. Brad, that's it. Brad's got the right idea. Fly down the highway. Sweet Misery, thank you for being a member for 7 months. And she said, oh, that lady on panel is so cute. Scarlett would have no problem
I
driving
meant me,
out.
of course.
Oh, yeah, I knew that. Scarlett would have no problem driving 800 miles to interview her. No, I mean, I would drive. I'm not gonna fly. Scarlett's gonna have us on a Greyhound. I wouldn't do a Greyhound either. I rode a Greyhound from North Louisiana to New Orleans. That's no.
Greyhound's a hard no. I worked on a bunch of their buses and saw how dirty they really are.
Me and Troll were one. It's supposed to be like normal 6-hour trip. Yeah.
Scarlett, you need your own tour bus.
Yep, there you go.
Just bring all of y'all with me.
I opened up the electronics panel on a Greyhound bus down in Dallas, and the roaches were like, pew! And I told the maintenance manager about it, and he's like, oh, they were in that panel, huh? Well, we'll spray it. It'll be ready in an hour. And I went back to the panel, and it was just covered in this death juice. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, they're very disgusting, and you don't know what type of people and all that.
They're really gross. The seats don't get cleaned. They're
Nope.
gross.
People get off at a bus stop, new people get on. They don't clean shit. Like I said, me and Troll rode one from North Louisiana to New Orleans. It would have been normal 6.5 hour trip. it was probably 12 hours because you stop at every little bus stop on the way down there. And then you get to Baton Rouge and you got to change buses and you got to wait and all that shit. Let's see. Kelly Pete's at a party bus.
Do you remember a show called I Almost Got Away with It?
Yep,
I
it's a great show.
I remember it, but I don't know if I've watched a whole lot of them.
Anyway, they had about 5 or 6 seasons, I believe. And it's about guys who broke out of jail or committed a crime. And they would be gone for a long time. They almost got away with it. It only took one mistake and they got caught. But there was one guy, he had stolen, I want to say, Tammy Wynette's tour bus and took it all the way down to the Daytona where they're going to have the 500 race.
And he got caught.
Well, yeah, he finally got caught. But I remember I want to say it was Tammy Wynette, the country singer.
Mm-hmm.
And it was amazing how all the different things this guy trouble he got into, he was just piling on his time in prison.
It's crazy how people can go do something and then they think they're going to get away with it.
Yeah. Well, it's just like I talked to one of my family members. They said there's a camera everywhere. There's electronics everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty soon they're going to be tracking you all together.
Right.
There's no such thing as a perfect crime.
Yeah, but there's some people out there though that thinks that they think that they can plan something down to the T, and it's the perfect crime, and they got the perfect plan. They're going to get away with it, and then something messes up and they don't get away with it, and then they go to jail. I like the idea of tour bus of crime sleuthers.
Me personally, I'm allergic to doors without handles, so I think I'll just keep my life on the straight and narrow for a while.
Yeah, I don't imagine it would be too much fun in there.
Well, you're pinned in a cage like an animal.
Right.
And you get up at 5 in the morning, out you go. And you go back in at 9 at night. And they tell you when you're going to shower, when you're going to eat, what chores you got to do today. And it's like 6 days a week. Everybody thinks they're just sitting there and do nothing. They got them all working.
In the Louisiana Penitentiary in Angola, they got all them boys work, except for I think the ones that's on death row or whatever. But the rest of them are out in the gardens. I mean, because if they don't grow their food, they don't eat. You know, no matter how hot it is or how cold or whatever, they have to get out there and work. You know, they got the other boys that work with the horses and all the different animals and stuff like that. So I don't know if there's any other prisons that are like that. But yeah, for the most part, they don't get to just sit in a jail cell for 23 hours a day.
Yeah, Union Correctional is sufficient, where you got to go out and whatever they bring in from the garden that day and whatever they grown, that's what they're going to eat, and they make their own bread.
That's how Angola is. Now, I don't know about the meat part. They may have like their own cows and stuff like that. I don't know about that, but I know that they have all the big, huge gardens and shit like that. There's actually, it's on Hulu or Netflix. It tells all about what all they have to do in the farms and how the whole prison is ran and all of that.
Yeah, the one here in Florida, Union Correctional, they had their own butcher shop.
Oh, so they're completely
Yeah,
self-sufficient.
And
Oh,
like
that's scary. What do you think that they're cutting up at that butcher shop?
Right? Hey, where's inmate 612? This burger is good.
You're eating Jimmy Hoffa.
You're eating 612.
Oh my God. Richie, have a good night. That is just nasty, though. All right, let me get through my notes here. Oh, and another thing that I thought of, if he does testify, he has, he's going to be under oath. So if he gets up there and he lies, about his alibi at any point and the state comes back and can prove that he's lying, he's going to get a charge for perjury.
You think he's gonna care about perjury if he goes to jail for everything else?
Well, I'm just saying that
I'm just saying too.
I don't think he's too worried about perjury.
I'm just saying though that is another thing though that he could be another charge that he could catch.
Well, he's already served what, 8 months, maybe 9,
The
close to 9.
The 30th of this month, I believe, will be 8 months. This chat, y'all.
I called my local sheriff's office today and left a message for the sheriff asking for comment on why the 2 guys got arrested with all the fentanyl and are out of jail.
Uh-huh.
I'm looking forward to some sort of response, hopefully tomorrow, because they're both out of jail.
He'll tell you, go ask your prosecutor.
Well, I think it's our attorney general, which he's not a good guy. But they've had an open door policy for criminals in Minnesota really bad for the last 4 or 5 years.
Okay, hold on, y'all. I'm just going through my notes and marking this shit out here.
I'm just curious how someone can have enough fentanyl to kill the whole town and not be in jail.
Yeah, that's a little scary.
Doesn't make sense.
Okay. Hold on. I'm trying to get through my notes and mark out everything that I've already talked about so I don't repeat myself.
Sally Mae, I'll say a prayer that doesn't happen.
Oh, Sally Mae, I hope not. There's some scary shit.
Damn sure is.
I think tomorrow, I don't know if I have anything to do tomorrow or not, but I think I'm going to look into like more on this cast. I think someone the other night had sent me a link or something. I forgot who it was.
Yeah, you mean the links that came in to get, I came back in to get, and you called me out for?
Oh.
Huh?
That's when I came back in to come get those links. And you're like, why are you still in here?
Oh,
Scarlett,
the other night. Okay. Yes,
Scarlett,
River?
I sent you a link where a judge threw out the cast in court after they explained it to her how it worked. She threw it out.
Oh.
Ooh. Okay, you might have been the one then that I'm thinking about.
Now that was 2017. Maybe they've got a better cast than they had then.
Well, if you go into, like, if you go back to the Murdaugh stuff, then you can see the cast stuff there. If you go into that, what is it? It wasn't the affidavit, it was the bond, whatever, for Rex Heuermann. They've got a bunch of the cast stuff in there, so it gives you an idea. But it depends on where they are. I think I have notes from when they were doing all the stuff with Maggie's phone and with from Murdaugh, from Maggie's phone and Paul's phone. I was taking notes to figure out what all they could figure out from it. In that case, to see what they could figure out here. It's interesting. I figured out a whole bunch of stuff.
Kim, I just saw your email that you sent. I'm going to get back to you. I have a question about that.
Brother, will you send that link here? And Big Al, the one that you sent earlier that was too long. Will you resend it?
It's in the back chat, but I can resend it.
I can't see it.
Okie
'cause I
dokie.
got too late.
Here, I can send it to you. I've already got it copied. I'll just drop it to her in Twitter real quick. In the DM, it should.
Yeah, I can only see the back chat starting when
I should have tiny URL'd that. Sorry about that, Scarlett.
No,
I didn't even think of it.
Okay. Oh, no, message failed to send. The hell.
Hang on, I'll tiny URL it.
Okay. It may be too big for Twitter, too. Okay, so anyway, Kim, I'm going to get back to you. I have a question about that email that you sent. So it'll probably be either tonight after the live is over with or in the morning. Hey, Steve W., how are you? Kelly P., you think Bethany was? Kelly P. said they think Bethany was an informant. I've never heard that theory before about Bethany. And Riddler, I just saw your email that you sent on the 7th about what Maddie told Adam theory. I don't know why I'm just now seeing it.
Yeah, most of that video is just, well, I don't want to say it on here. Anyway, there's a part in there that's pretty good where you can kind of hear, if that's the one I'm thinking of, what the hoodie guy says to the girls. Then one of the girls says, "Wow, what did you tell Adam?" I told him everything.
Okay.
You can see how they can twist it to their point of view, and then we could just say,
Right.
"Well, that's just girl talk."
I'll have to go back and watch that one tonight. I don't know why it shows it was sent on the 7th, but I'm just now seeing it.
Yeah, pieces of a conversation like that without full context. I mean, you can twist it any way you want.
Right, because whenever Maddie tells Kaylee that she told Adam everything, it's kind of hard to even hear what the hoodie guy says to be 100% sure that that's exactly what he said. For Avery, that I don't know. That's what Kelly was saying. Kelly, can you give us your thoughts on that? On about Bethany? You're more than welcome to come up on panel if you want to.
Yeah, I'm gonna make some room and jump down and throw you guys on the TV. Thanks for having me.
Oh, you're welcome.
I will maybe see you tomorrow if you have a live.
Yep, I'll be here.
See you later, Riddler.
Take care, Big Al. It's always fun to be on with you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I just missed you by that much today.
Yeah.
See you later, Fofa.
I'll see you later. I'll be under the couch waiting.
I know you will. You little shit. Have a good night, sweet misery.
All right, have a good night.
Good night, Al. Oops, sorry. I'm going to drop too. Have a good night, and I'll be in chat. I have to take
Okay.
my sleeping medicine, so I'll be in chat though. Bye.
Okay, well, thank you for coming up.
Hey, Sweet Misery.
Okay. Making my brain work. I was kind of hoping Kelly P would come up and discuss hers. I want to hear her thoughts on Bethany. Let's see, what is this? Simpson Road, Larry, how are you? It is so quiet up here, y'all, with that Lady V and all them up here.
Where's Willie been?
I don't know. I haven't seen
He
him
heard
today.
I was coming back, and so he didn't.
She done scared him.
Scared him off again. Sorry.
Yeah, I haven't talked to him today or even seen him anywhere, but he sent me the message night before last and said he wasn't gonna be able to make it because he had to get up early. All right, Bofa, did you want to talk about what you were telling me earlier about the student housing?
Oh, sure, I guess. So I was just thinking about it. and just trying to play devil's advocate with why, if you had the knife, it was your knife and it got stolen, why wouldn't you report it? And I remembered that he lived in student housing. So then I went and I pulled up, the rules for student housing. And it's like strictly prohibited to have any weapons on campus and in student housing. And there's actually a law against it in Washington, turns out. And then in the handbook, it went into Riddler. How the K-bar is bigger than 4 inches, right?
I think it's like 7 inches, isn't it?
Yeah, 7.5, something like that. That particular K-bar is, yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to double check. Yeah, because weapons of any kind, including pistols, rifles, air guns, knives, having a blade longer than 4 inches that are not for culinary purposes, or having a swing or switchblade, slingshots, crossbows, or martial arts tools may not be stored or used in any apartments. And then in the student handbook, it goes into essentially what would happen if you were found with a dangerous weapon and the potential sanctions. But so, like, I don't know, if I was thinking about it, if it was his first semester and he had a knife on campus that he shouldn't have had, would you really want to report that stolen and get that on your record, like right off the bat in your first semester of your next 4-year home? And the other thing is that if he was having the other disciplinary issues, like with the teacher, with all of that stuff that has been allegedly reported, that would just be another ding against him that he probably wouldn't want to add anything further to his record or draw more attention to the fact that he had a weapon if he was getting, if he was already in trouble. But it was just thinking about that argument that everyone has made.
And so that's for all the colleges in Washington. That's just not a rule or
so
a law
that's
for
specific.
WSU.
There's a law that specifically prohibits from all universities, I think, as how I read it. But then the other stuff that came directly from the Washington State University handbook and their housing. What is it? The housing.
Or the campus housing or whatever.
Yeah, the WSU Family and Graduate Apartment Agreement from 2022 to 2023. So that would have been when he was living there.
Because I do remember, and I might have read that whenever I was looking at it. I forgot why I was even looking at the student housing or his apartment or whatever, but I was looking at it and got to going down this little rabbit hole of like all about the college or the campus living and all that. And I remember it stating that they wasn't allowed to have any type of animals there. And then they come out and say, that there was, how was it said, like verbatim, possible dog hair or animal hair or whatever. And I was just wondering what they're not allowed to have animals there. Like, where did this animal hair come from that they're claiming that they found in his apartment?
Can they have a service dog?
Oh,
probably
that. Definitely.
Yeah, I don't think. Keep a service dog out.
Yeah, so I just found fish and trained service animals. Sorry, just like put in there, fish and trained service animals. All right, or animals approved as an emotional support animal are the only exceptions to this policy. Requests for emotional support animals in the university housing are reviewed and approved by the Access Center. And then the maximum container for fish allowed is a 30-gallon tank.
So they even put a limit on that?
I mean, you can't be flooding the place if you're It's like, hey, you want to have a hot tub in here?
Okay, TT.
I mean, I just was looking at that just to see if.
I mean, it's a good theory, though. Like I told you, it makes sense. His knife,
I
let's
mean,
just say, possibly gets stolen. He's not going to go turn it in because he can get in trouble for that. And I would think that if that gets put on his record, that sticks with him all 4 years or however long it is that he's
mhm.
at the college. And if he happens to go from that college to another college, just in transferring or whatever, it's probably going to follow him to the
and
next
also,
school.
and also wanting a job with the police department. They're gonna when you apply to that, they'll ask about if you had any on-campus like infractions.
Yep, that is true.
I mean, I don't know, but just something else I was looking at.
Brad, do y'all remember if it said who that gun that was taken from his parents' house, whose name that was in?
Mm-mm.
Where was this 40 S&W taken from? The one in Washington?
It was that was taken from Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania?
Yeah, from his parents' house, because that's what Brad was asking. There was a Glock that was taken from the parents' home via the warrant, but we do not know who owns it. Yeah, and I don't remember it ever coming out whose name that was in.
I have a question.
Okay.
So, when you guys say student housing, I'm a little confused because, like, my my daughters are in college. They live in off-campus housing, but we pay the rent and everything. So, are you guys saying that Bryan had to follow these rules because the university was paying for his apartment?
I think his apartment was part of his the TA program, wasn't it?
So I don't know if it was part of it, but yeah, he was living in student housing, but it's one that so a lot of grad schools will have for students that are out of state, they'll have family and graduate apartments that are dedicated just to that. So his apartment complex was like part of the WSU student housing.
So did the
But undergrads wouldn't live there.
Oh, okay. So just be for grads. So do they
Yeah,
get
and
like
unless it's like with a family, like they're not, you know,
Yeah,
your
and I want to say that I heard that the
18-year-old
ones
student coming in.
that
Like if you had a family and you were going back to get your degree, it's possible that they could live there.
So was his TA position, was that a paying position or was that like part of some kind of intern?
Generally, TA-ships are both paid and like you get a tuition, either discount or what was it called? Essentially a waiver. That's what it was when I did it. I got paid, but I also had a tuition waiver for the full year.
So
So by doing the two,
he was getting discounted living, discounted rent, and then probably some pay from the TA position. But it's still like when I add it up, it still sounds like he was probably not living, very good because he didn't have another job, right?
not that I know of, he
right?
didn't.
So how's he out driving all the time?
Yeah, but you can get a loan for this housing. Like
Oh,
that can fall underneath of your your expenses for the
oh,
year. So with your tuition and the housing,
so then,
generally at least, I don't know specifically. Again, I don't know specifically for his university, but they generally, if you go to apply for, one of the loans, it'll be like it'll include your housing and your tuition and the books, even depending on the type of loan that you get.
I was just trying to figure how he or was affording gas, to go riding every night because the gas prices just came down and I don't know what they were in Idaho, but I know here they were up above, $4, almost $5 a gallon. So I was just trying to figure maybe credit cards or student credit card or something.
I mean, yeah, you could also be getting sometimes in this, like the packages that you can get for a loan, you can also get like some living expenses.
I wonder if
So
he's going to be providing gas receipts, like if that's like his part of his alibi is that he was, a nighttime driver and did that frequently. I wonder, if he'll have gas receipts to show that.
Well, Jen with 2N says, from Steptoe Apartment website, the university provides TV, internet, water, sewage, garbage, steam, heat, and hot water.
Oh,
Yep.
So they have to pay the rent. They just get all the other stuff.
Oh, shoot. I'm trying to, dang it.
So they have to pay the rent, but that doesn't mean that they can't get a loan, like to defer it.
Right.
Or it could get included. But I don't think I've ever heard of the housing being included before.
I wonder if he ever got paid for tutoring.
Oh, so
that's a good side hustle too.
Yeah, because he probably could qualify as a tutor, and then he could help people.
Why was I thinking teaching a teacher's assistant was a tutor? Sometimes I just don't think. Okay, you're right. I know what a TA is now. So he could have been tutoring.
And didn't he install a camera system for one of the classmates or some lady that went to college there?
Yeah, allegedly. We don't know if that's
Dateline.
Yeah, I think Dateline and
Nancy
News
Grace.
Nation put all that out.
They wouldn't lie on TV, would they?
Never.
No.
Ever.
Or if it
Never.
came from Banfield, she got this info via
sources.
her burner phone.
Yeah, she got it directly from him, from her burner phone. 100%, without a doubt.
I remember she tried calling him, she said.
And he was like, look, Ashley, if you can quit wearing beige, I'll talk to you. I'll tell you everything you want.
Okay, so Kohberger said that the rent and everything is included in the rent, like the water, sewer, internet, TV, or whatever, that all of that's included in that rent. But I want to say that I heard somewhere, I might have read it, that the apartment complex that Bryan was in was only for students in the PhD program. I don't remember if I read that on the website for Steptoe or if it was like another part of the WSU website.
Well, it's a family and graduate apartment. So
okay.
I wish they would do that here because my youngest just went to grad school now down in Mobile, and we're still having, again, she's, roommating with 4 other girls, but again, we're still having, to pay her part of the rent and utilities and everything. There's no discounts, and she's in grad school. But I guess they don't offer, I don't know, maybe for the PhD program or EDD program.
A lot of schools too don't have enough of it, like for grad students, for everyone to.
That's true.
So they probably do prioritize grad or PhD students moving across the country.
Well, Jen said that a 1-bedroom is $695, 2-bedroom is $815, and wasn't his a 2-bedroom?
Yeah, but it had a bolt on one of the doors, so he couldn't access 1 bedroom. Remember that?
Yeah, that was on the the body cam footage whenever they were.
I mean, at least it was that ever clarified? Was that ever, verified that that's why there was a bolt on that door?
Yeah, it was. It said it in if you read out the in all of that documentation, it went into that there was no one ever living in that room.
Yeah, because everybody went crazy whenever they could hear her saying it on the body cam footage, like the bedroom door is locked or whatever. And everybody was like, well, why would Bryan leave and lock his door and all this and that? And come to find out it was the other room that would have been her roommate or whatever.
Oh yeah, when I was watching the body cam footage and I heard her say it, I was like, oh man, that room's probably full of pictures of the victims, and I mean, I was all over it. and then it turned out to be nothing.
A nothing burger.
I read the documents.
I don't remember the bolts on the door. Yeah, Liza, it was in the body cam footage of, I believe it was Don Daniels that come out and said that about the lock being on the door. And then she said something about that she would tell them after she cut her camera off.
And did he have a storage or not? Because I've heard conflicting statements about that he had like a separate
Yeah, there
storage.
was a storage locker.
Yeah, all of the apartments had a storage locker that come with it.
And they searched that too?
Yeah, but
Yes.
there wasn't anything in it.
Yes.
Hmm.
And then
Was he on
who
scholarship?
was? We don't know.
Mhm.
I mean,
But
that's
you would
always-
generally get at least a discount. You would get a discount at least with being a TA.
Kohberger said that he probably got grants because he had good grades. He didn't have rich parents to pay for the schooling, so this means he more than likely got a free ride plus a paid internship.
I mean, that's the only thing I would think would make sense to move across country to go to grad school would be a scholarship.
You also don't know where else he got in.
True.
If he got in anywhere else.
How much does someone from out of state have to pay to go to Washington colleges?
Oh, I can look it up.
Well, I wonder, y'all. Okay, so you know his professor that recommended him. You know, she said she only recommended 2 students, and he was one of them. I wonder if she had, like, what her capacity of him getting into WSU was, other than just a recommendation.
She could have known people there.
Some, like, one of the professors maybe worked with them, went to school with them at some point.
Well, Washington State's not a prestigious university for criminology. I mean, it's not like a top 10. And you figure him living on the East Coast, he'd went to one of the other colleges.
Riddler, it's 28,000, but it doesn't say undergrad, grad. It just says out of state tuition, 28,000.
Here, let me look for that.
Okay, Jen said there's a virtual tour of the 2-bedroom apartments. I'm gonna have to go back and look at it.
Oh, for the apartments that he lived in?
Yeah, that's what Jen Matuin said.
I think I've seen that somewhere.
K-Bird said, I'm sure that his professor wrote a glowing referral letter for BK. I don't know why whenever I seen glowing, I just automatically went to Glowbug.
And which professor was it that wrote that?
It wasn't Ramsland.
He was bold. Wasn't it?
Shit, what was that lady?
Bullet. I have it.
She said that she only recommended 2 students, and he was one of them. Now I can't remember her name.
Bet she's kicking herself in the butt now.
Yep.
Here, her name is Bolger.
What was her first name? Do you have it?
Michelle. Here, I'll send you.
Okay.
In the back chat.
All right. And Eric C said 68,000 a semester is what he found.
He found how much?
68,000 a semester.
Whoa! No way.
No.
There ain't no way. I mean, my student loans are 80,000, and that's just through math. There was no way. And I did 7 years. Like I say it like I did time. I served 7 years.
Hold on. I'm emailing myself this link that
So
Bofa just put back here. That way I don't lose it. Hold on, something was just sent to me in an email. I gotta see what this is.
So graduate non-resident tuition, full-time, 10 to 18 credits. That says 13,861.
Okay, are you on the website still, Fofa? For the
On the
Steptoe
WSU?
apartment? Or for the Steptoe apartments?
I can get back there.
Okay, because Jen with 2N said that the virtual tour helps answer the question of why he may not have had a shower curtain. And I know that's been like a huge problem for a lot of people.
Now I'm intrigued.
That's what gets me. I love football. Don't get me wrong. It's like someone said earlier. It's a religion. But you got all these athletes who go to school for free. They get free medical, free food, free books, everything's free. And now they're paying them $1 million a year.
They should pay that back for another student who can't afford it.
And look at the students that are going there and they're having to work part-time and they come back to school with bloodshot eyes for staying up late doing their homework or doing some chores, laundry, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They're making the big bucks playing professional sports. Pay another kid's tuition. Because if you didn't have to pay it, pay for somebody else's who can't afford it but really wants to go to college to get an education and have a good career.
And I think the female sports deserves the same amount of scholarships as the male sports. And that's not fair. And here they brag about their Title IX or whatever it is in the NCAA. Oh, it's making a difference. It's bankrupting some colleges and causing them to force not to play sports. And then you don't have it's not an equal field, especially like, I'll just use it for example. I love watching softball, fast pitch. That's played by the females. But they only get 7 scholarships. And you got like 16 players on the team. And boys baseball only gets like 12 scholarships. And they got like 20 something on the team. But football, they get 60 something. You better believe, do whatever you want to in the South, just don't touch our football.
Scarlett, I posted a video in the back chat of the 2-bedroom Steptoe.
I just got it too.
Ugly ass apartment. Ooh.
But yeah, brother, I agree. Everybody in the South loves their sports, especially football.
Oh God, football is like a religion here.
It's that way in every the SEC towns. A buddy says I'm coming by to pick you up, and I'm about an hour and 15 minutes from Gainesville. He said I'll come by and pick you up. I'll be there about 8 o'clock. I said kick off it until 1. He said, oh wait, we got to get there real early. And when he shows up, of course, his car's all decorated and his face is all painted. And he's got all the school colors on. And I'm like, here we go. And the closer you get to Gainesville, the worse it gets. But it's a fun atmosphere.
I can't even lie, Riddler. Even if I'm watching Alabama football at home with people over, I have the black stripes under my eyes.
Blocking the sun, right?
I have to do it. I make my kids do it too.
Okay. I'm trying to wait and see what Juanita's question was. I must have missed it in chat before I pulled this up. 'Cause I don't see a question from her though.
Oh,
Up in the chat.
if you play the video that I posted, just mute it. I don't think it's copyrighted music. It's some corny music, but just in case,
Okay.
just mute it because we just want to see. We don't need to hear that funky elevator or whatever it is.
Okay. Hey, Altered Soul, how are you? Okay, Juanita, go ahead and put it in the chat and I'll be watching for it. How many? Okay, so she said, how many think BK will actually get a fair trial? If it's in Latah County, I don't think he would.
I still think that he will. I feel like with the death penalty being on the table, I feel like no matter what, these people that are on the jury are really going to take it seriously because you're talking about a person's life, death. I think he would.
Okay.
But if the death penalty wasn't, then I'm not so sure. But I just think most normal people, when you're talking about putting somebody to death, especially by firing squad, you're going to be more serious no matter what. That's what I would think, anyhow.
Yeah, but they may look at him as Ted Bundy. And nobody here had well, there were some idiots out there protesting about Ted Bundy being executed, but around here, everybody wanted him gone. Same with Danny Rowling, both of them. Get them out of here.
Juanita, if you want to come up, hold on, let me grab a link for her real quick, y'all.
I think he'll get a fair trial. Just don't know if he'll get a fair jury. And it goes back to that grand jury. Where's that grand jury from? Was it from Latah County, Moscow?
Wait, I'm trying to understand that. He'll get a fair trial, but will he get a fair jury?
Right. The procedure of the trial will probably be, the objection sustained and what evidence can come in, what can't come in. I think all that's going to, what witnesses are allowed to testify. I think all that's going to be pretty cut and dry. Now, is he going to get a fair jury? That's the whole point.
Yeah. I'm beginning to think that Ann Taylor's play is going to be that they're going to stand silent, like even kind of through the trial. They're not going to say much, and they're going to let the state prove, the burden. That's kind of what I'm thinking where she's at. Because she really doesn't have much to come back with from what I can see. Since there is no alibi and...
Okay. All right, so I put the link out for Juanita. She said she would like to come up, and so we're waiting on her to come up. I'm gonna play this video. So give me a second, and if you're sleeping, you don't want to. Okay, Juanita, that's fine. All right, so I went ahead and just muted it, and it's only 52 seconds long. Did you see my comment about the preacher man? Altered Soul, no. Oh, wait, here we go. So the Kirker preacher said he is sure his flock will be about half the jury. Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
Something was brought up about the church or whatever. I remember that being said like a week and a half ago. I want to say is when I heard about it.
Can you explain? Because I haven't heard about it.
So apparently the what is it, Christ Church that's there in Moscow, the guy that's over it is saying that a lot of his people that like his congregation or whatever would be on this jury.
How can he know that?
I don't know, because I don't know how many people are in his congregation.
Oh.
It's in the Bloom
Wow.
article. That is okay. So alter soul. That might be where I read it at the end. It was in the Bloom article.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But see, to get on that jury, they're going to, I hope they do. Are you kin to anyone who works for the district attorney's office? If you
Yeah.
are, you might as well go sit over there on that side of the room. Okay, are you a relative of anybody that works for the public defender's office? If you are, go sit over there on that side of the room. Now, what you got left, you can start picking from. Now, is anybody kin or relative of anybody who's a law enforcement in Idaho, or well, exactly Moscow Sheriff's Department? If you are, go sit over there on that side of the room. And yeah, I mean that's what you can will it down to. And,
Yeah.
and how many people are in these small towns? They're all kin and related.
Or they're employed by the university, which I wonder how much that would be.
Yeah, because I mean, just think of the people that, like Fof was saying, that are employed at the university. How they're going to look at this trial if they're on that jury. It's 4 victims or were students there. So are they going to be fair?
All I know is I would not want to be on that jury.
I seen somebody in chat a minute ago said that they would love to be.
Oh wow, yeah.
Well,
But I think
as an outsider, you would love to be on that jury. As someone who lived in that town, and what if you came up? I'll just use an example. I own one of the bars in that town, and I'm the only one who said not guilty. And so
That
all of a
would
sudden,
ruin your business.
yeah, how many people you think are coming to my business next week?
Yeah.
that's very true. See, I want to know. I want to know what happened. You know what really, really happened. But I
Hmm.
don't want. I wouldn't want to be on the jury because I think there's some details that just would be too much for me to bear.
Yeah.
I'd be the one sitting in the jury bawling my eyes out, and they'd have to excuse the whole jury because I wouldn't be able to contain myself.
Well, see, that town, it depends on that college. These are 4 college students. Uh, Half the town, more than likely, is employed at the college. I think the best thing would be to do would move the trial to another county.
Yeah, I think
Honestly,
so.
Or bring in 12 jurors from another
from another
county
one, right?
in there, like from Boise.
Mm-hmm. That is true. Kelly, it's between 25 and 26,000. The last time I looked, I think that was like a month and a half, 2 months ago, something like that.
Juanita wants the link again.
All right, there you go, Juanita.
All right, I'm going down. I'm gonna watch until I fall asleep.
Okay.
Good night, y'all.
Have a good night.
Good
Thank you for
night.
coming up. Ray Jones, how are you? Hey, Joanne, how are you? William said he would do it. He would be on. William, you would be on the jury?
I would love to be on the jury, but then I'd be an awesome juror, but I'd also be a terrible juror because I would go home immediately after and Google everything and do my own investigation. I'd be able to have an open mind, but
All right.
not being able to dig into stuff, nope.
Yeah, that would probably be the hardest part of it, is not being able to go home and look into the stuff that you heard that day.
Oh,
Yeah.
We couldn't watch the news. We couldn't read the newspaper.
Couldn't talk about it with anybody.
Yeah, couldn't talk about it with anybody. Of course, I was lucky I didn't have to go to work.
friends and family says every juror does that. They probably do, but I mean, if the judge tells you not to, and then you get caught doing it, then you're in trouble.
I didn't read the newspaper. I didn't watch the news. I didn't talk about it with anyone. And at the time, internet was just getting pretty good. Started, the big Windows and all that, and the big Pentiums that you can get in your computer. And I didn't go on the computer for 5 days. Our trial only lasted 5 days. So yeah, I didn't do anything like that. And I played true to the word. We still found him guilty. He got 25 years.
And that was on a murder case, or
attempted.
Okay. Okay.
He shot a police officer through the neck.
Okay, I think you had mentioned that the other day. Hey, Joanne, how are you? Okay, let me play this video real quick.
Yeah, I would just have to be 100% sequestered.
They'd have to stick Fofa in a hotel room with no TV, no phone, no computer, and black out the windows where she couldn't see outside, and then just drop her food through the slot of the door. She could only leave to go to court, and that was it.
Yep.
So you ran your mouth on YouTube. Let's see if you really want to be a juror.
I would love to be a juror. I just those parts of it would not work out too well.
They would have you where you couldn't even see a digital billboard. Like they'd have it completely blacked out where you couldn't see nothing.
Now they did give us all notepads and pencils or pens that you could write notes down. But I don't understand why, because ours was only 5 days. This one here could be 5 to 6 weeks, easy.
See, I couldn't be a juror on a long trial like that because they just have to bring like a box of notepads for me. Because I would go through like one a day, writing every little thing down.
Until you fall asleep.
Huh?
Until you fall asleep.
No, I could stay awake in court.
No, I mean every night until you fall asleep too. So you'll be in court writing, and then you go home and start writing until you fall asleep.
Yep.
Hey, that would keep me occupied.
Writing?
Yeah.
Just
taking all the notes.
Right.
I had
and then writing out my...
go ahead.
I was just going to say, and then writing out all of my feelings as I'm sequestered.
I had an ex-girlfriend. I had an ex-girlfriend. She was a stenographer. And when she was going through school to learn it, I said, how do y'all do all that kind of stuff so quickly? And it kind of made sense. She had to watch Gilligan's Island and do the stenographer to that whole show, one for 30 minutes, and type everything in. And then her instructor would check it against the, because he already had the wordage. Mm-hmm. And he would check it, and that's how they get graded. And then they had to watch other programs like Brady Bunch and do it.
Okay. All right, I'm going to play this real quick. So I did mute it because there is music on it. So that would be the building, I guess, that Bryan lived in. It just showed. I don't think it was the other one, was it, that it was first showing at the beginning? Let me see. Are your notebooks different color? Is Sally Mae? Yes, they are. I mean, it just, and I don't know when this video was done, 7 years ago. So I wonder if they updated since then the inside of those apartments. Questions from Fofo that will take 6 months of deliberation. No, I am missing, I don't know how many people's. No, Alter Soul, it's not bad for a college student, but just think of some college students that are very nasty and don't clean up after themselves. If I can find a comment now. All right, so Fofo, was that the link that you put in the back chat?
Yeah, that
Okay.
that one is the one that was linked on. Yep.
Okay. Let's look into these pictures. I think they're all about the same pictures that was on that video.
I want to know how many post-it notes they'd let me take into the courtroom.
That's what Sweet Mystery said. I would have post-it notes all over the jury box.
Yeah, if not at the jury box, all over wherever I'm being sequestered.
For notebooks because everything is cheap. Kelly P, yes, I know. I need to go to Walmart and get some. I need to get like probably 20 or 30 of them and just have them put up.
Yeah, good tip. I just remembered about that.
What do you think he was doing with the garbage disposal through the night? Adam, that's a good question because his neighbors downstairs said that if he wasn't running the vacuum cleaner, he was running the garbage disposal all night. And Juanita, were you able to get it to work? I think she said something like she had to download
Chrome.
Probably 8 legs. I don't know. I mean, would he be shoving that much garbage and shit down the garbage disposal though?
Could. I don't know.
I mean, well, according to the neighbors, all that cleaning that he was doing, keeping them up at night and keeping their baby up, from what they're saying, all these red spots and brown spots and orange spots all over his apartment. You know, he didn't. It doesn't sound like he cleaned that good, honestly.
Yeah, but I feel like those stains could have been there from the previous tenant, even. You know?
Yeah, I'd have to get bleach, though.
I mean, he could have tried. Maybe that's why they're orangish. It was the bleach.
Hey, Stevie, how are you? Okay, I just see. Okay, Adam said, "Is cannibalism considered meat? Or would he still be considered vegan?"
Well, we know from the profiler that was on News Nation that he was a vegan, possibly to curb those cannibalistic urges, you know? That's what she said.
Hey, Lady V, how are you? Yeah.
I guess we don't know. It's allegedly, whatever. I definitely don't know that. But I definitely don't see that as being
a vegan.
the real
I don't know how to
reason
answer it.
veganism.
I honestly don't know how to answer it. Now my mind's wandering. I'm going to have to go Google it. Could be anything. I had a roommate that stained the dresser. Oh my God. Just the smell of that stain in an apartment. Jellyfish and men do stupid shit.
Now, Xana, that's the one they're saying was on TikTok, right?
Yes.
And what was her last post? Do we know?
Okay, so I can't remember the girl's name, but she had went on November the 13th that morning. And if anybody can remember the time, post it in the chat. But she went over to this other girl's account, and all she posted under one of her videos was queen. That was just that one word queen in the comments. And that would have been her last. Well, that's what the only one that people have found, unless there's other ones. But that would have been her last one that she did, as far as like a comment to someone else. I don't know. Vic said at 412. I don't know if like her herself, what the last her one of her videos would have been.
Hi guys.
How are you?
Hello.
I'm
Lady
great.
B.
How are you?
Doing good.
So, what are you guys talking about? I came up here and you're talking about cannibals.
That was people in the chat wanting to know if
Oh.
that would be the same thing as a vegan. I really don't know how to answer that, honestly.
What? They think
They wanted to know if being cannibalistic would still be considered vegan.
no, because we're living creatures.
I forgot who that was that asked. Let me see if I can go back and find it.
I was like, what?
Oh, that was Adam and E Proton.
I was
They
like,
had
is
asked
Nancy
that.
Grace on the panel here?
Yeah, I really didn't know how to answer it.
Well, gosh, if they can't eat animals, you would think they wouldn't be able to eat
Right.
humans, but who knows?
Yeah, we just kind of discussed like his living arrangements, and we watched a video a few minutes ago that showed like the inside of the apartments that he lived in, like the layout and stuff like that. Candace, how are you?
Oh, cool. I'll have to go back and rewatch it when we're done.
Yeah, the video's like 52 seconds long or something
Oh,
like that.
wow.
Not super long.
Yeah.
That's about it. Talked about some other things. If BK was going to testify, or about
What do
his
you guys
people.
think? You guys think he's going to testify?
I think he may want to. It's just, if he's going to actually get up there and do it.
Yeah.
All right, Juanita, I'm about to bring you up. If he's going to actually get up there and do it. Okay, Juanita, you're going to have to mute your YouTube.
Oh my God.
You're going to have to
Pomelo es grapefruit.
Riddler. Riddler.
Yes, ma'am.
You remember this song? Juanita. Oh, Juanita.
I can remember Barney Fife singing it.
Probably not so much
Exactly.
well because I'm on my MacBook and I don't have like a mic or whatever.
Exactly.
Okay, do you have YouTube still pulled up though?
Do I have what? I
YouTube
do.
still
Hold
pulled
on.
up.
Am I going to
Okay.
have to turn it off?
Yeah, exit out of your YouTube.
What about now?
Okay, that should be good.
Okay, I'm so sorry, guys.
No,
Ooh,
you're good.
okay.
Yeah, anytime you go up on anyone's panel through StreamYard, just always exit out of your YouTube, because if not, it has an
I don't
echo.
normally do stuff like this. I'm kind of like shy to do it or whatever.
No, you're good.
But
No.
okay.
I was singing Barney Fife.
I heard you singing to me. Thank you.
Barney Fife on Mayberry. What was that?
Juanita.
Yeah.
And Andy comes busting in the door and singing back to him.
That was good.
I can't remember what I was like. My nephew got up in there a while ago, and I was in the mix of trying to do all this, but I can't remember. So like, how many people think that he'll actually get like a? And I heard the guy say he might get a fair trial, but you don't know about the jury.
That was Riddler.
Yeah, like he has a good point there, because like the girl that was up there a while ago, Avery,
Uh huh.
is that her name?
Yes.
She said that she thinks that his teacher probably has a different
opinion now about her writing the letter of recommendation.
Uh-huh.
I just kind of felt like there's a lot. There's like a lot that don't make sense.
That is true.
Like a lot.
Way too
I go
much.
to bed at night with a headache, like trying to wrap my head around it, because like I've never been so invested in something in my life as I am like this. Because there's people say so much, and you don't know what to believe.
Welcome to the club, Juanita.
Thanks, girl. I appreciate it.
Where are you from?
Kentucky.
Kentucky.
I'm from all the way in Kentucky.
She's from Kentucky, guys.
Like I hear her making fun of my accent. Like a sad little small town, like obviously Moscow. I think there's like everybody knows everybody around here.
I'm reading a comment real quick.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay. I was seeing what.
So, Juanita, what doesn't make sense for you?
Like none of it.
I'm just asking. Don't worry. A lot that none of us think makes sense. So I was
none of it, girl. None of it. Like how that little girl says she's seen this figure and then not call 911. Like if I seen somebody coming at me with bushy eyebrows and a mask on my face, I'm gonna be calling somebody, whether it be 911, my daddy, or what.
Very true. Very true.
I mean, I'm just saying. Shocked or not.
It doesn't make sense.
Here right now because there's somebody trying to break, or the police, either one. And then I heard somebody say that she tried to call all the roommates and none of them answered.
Well, Kaylee's mom says she didn't call Kaylee's phone.
So that's not true?
Well, she says she didn't call her phone, but Kaylee's mom says she can't see text messages. Right. So she might have texted her, but she said that she didn't call her.
Well, if I call my roommate and I seen a masked figure in there and I didn't get no text back, I believe I'd be trying to
banging on the ceiling of my bedroom or something, like trying to get their attention upstairs.
Sure would, hon. Sure would. So like, it just none of it don't make sense to me.
It doesn't.
All she had to do was dial 911 and say, "Look, this may not make sense.
There was an intruder in my home," or
"I just saw a man with a black mask on, and I can't get in touch with my roommates, and I'm scared that I'm locked in my room."
Yeah. She could text too. She wouldn't have to speak.
Right.
She could text it
now too, right?
Yeah, she could have texted.
And I mean, even if it would have turned out to be nothing, and everybody would have been fine, it's better safe to be. It's safe. Shit, y'all.
Better be safe than sorry.
Sorry, yes.
Now, was her and Bethany communicating?
I heard that too. That they the whole time that the murders were happening or whatever, like they were texting back and forth.
I think they were, just based off of what the PCA says about, the download of their phones plus Dylan's statement leads the police to believe that the murders happened between 4 and 4:25.
Yeah, I think that's what it means too, Scarlett. I mean, I could see it the other way, but yeah, I just don't get it. If you can interact with other people, you can call the police, and then to call a guy over, one of your friends over in the morning instead of calling 911. That's like I can't.
Nobody here. Was they not screaming, or was they not commotion going on, or?
According to Mr. Gonzalez, there was a hell of a fight on the second floor, which was the floor that Dylan was on.
Ain't that the one that Ethan and Xana were on?
Yes.
And they said that
she fought back.
Where she was grabbing the knife and
almost sliced her fingers off.
So how do you not?
I don't know.
I
mean, the cameras didn't pick up anything, of course, because there was no movement for the cameras to pick it up. But I can't imagine that there wasn't screams going on.
Yeah.
I'm like Scarlett too. I would really like to hear how Kaylee said, "There's someone here." Like, there's someone here.
I think that would make a world of difference probably in the way a lot of us think.
And you would think, like, if she heard her say that there was somebody here, like, you would hear
Well, it
somebody, like,
depends. I mean, if
killing
she
them.
said, yeah,
Pretty
but
much.
it depends because she could like say, "Hey, somebody's here," or she could say,
Like,
"Somebody's
yeah,
here."
trying to maybe like warn them downstairs. I mean, she had to have said it in a way that caused Dylan to get up out of the bed and go look out her door to see who was there.
See, that's why I still don't believe she was playing with Murphy. I think the scuffling that they heard up there was, I think it was Kaylee going in and seeing that there was somebody there and struggling upstairs, you know, for however long, and then that alerted Xana and Ethan and Dylan because she opened her door to look.
Right.
Now
But if she did that in 5 minutes time, I'm sorry, if
You're
she
fine,
did
go
that if she did that in a 5-minute period, and she heard Kaylee say, "Someone's here," like someone's here, and she opened the door and looked out, that means he actually did. If Xana and Ethan were last, he did those in less than 5 minutes because she watched him walk out.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if there was a hell of a fight on the second floor, how many times did Dylan open that door and look out?
Right.
I'm with you.
I don't know. That just bothers me so bad.
It states 3 times in the PCA, but could it possibly have been more? Maybe
Yeah, but that's still only.
And they didn't put it in the PCA.
Yeah, that's still only 5 minutes. 3 times in 5 minutes. That's a lot.
Right.
And was the hell of a fight in the bedroom or was it in the hallway there?
That's what I wish he would have talked about more, because he just said it was a hell of a fight on the second floor. And I still think there has to be something in that living room in order for them to be looking in the living room on the floor.
On the floor, yeah.
Taking pictures, stepping over it, swabbing it, and all that. There has to be something there. I don't know. Did they get into a fight in the living room and maybe knock stuff over, and that's what they were looking at? Was it red fluid? Like, what is on the floor right there that we could see them looking at?
And when she hears, did she say Kaylee she heard say there's someone in this house?
She says someone's here, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is Kaylee in her room and walking across to go see, because he's in the room with Maddie? Or is Kaylee and Maddie already in the same room when she says that?
Right.
I mean, I always thought that maybe Kaylee hears something going on in Maddie's room, and as she's walking towards Maddie's room to see what's going on, she realizes someone's in there, and that might have been the point that she hollers out, "Someone's here."
Right.
And
That's
it caused the sound of her voice and the way she said it could have then caused Dylan to get up out of her bed to see who's in the house, because the way Kaylee said it.
Yeah. See, that's what I think. Yeah, that drives me crazy.
I'm still trying to figure out who was first. I still want to say it happened on the third floor.
So do you guys
I do too.
So do you guys think Bryan did it?
I think he's part of it, and I think there might be another person involved.
Well, there would almost have to be.
Well, all he's got to do is, I don't know how many wounds there are, if it's 3 or 5 or 7, but each wound's only about 2 seconds. So he can do it in that time. I mean, see, a lot of people got it 9 minutes.
What's got me stumped is how he got to his car and everything without, like, no blood nowhere.
Well, that's the other part I've been bringing up, that how he got into his car.
Even if he didn't have extra clothes or whatever, what'd he do with them?
Well, maybe he didn't get in his car.
Right.
Maybe he got in somebody else's car. And maybe somebody else took his car.
And that would explain the no DNA in his car.
But why would somebody do that knowing they're going to leave all the DNA in there?
Right. I'm with her. This has just got me stumped. Like, I'm tore up.
Well, see, their car's not going to get checked. His is.
Yeah,
Sure.
I mean, unless they unless they were caught on the camera somehow. I don't. That's the part. See, that's the only part that really makes me wonder if there was somebody else.
Summer, I don't think I have a pic on my computer, but I can find it real quick.
And then that's what's got me going back to, will he actually be given a fair shot? You know what I'm saying? Because everybody's already got their opinion formed, and then if this guy really didn't do it, then there's going to be an innocent guy set his life in jail for life for something he didn't do.
Yeah, but I don't think he's. I don't. I just don't think he's innocent. I mean, if I was on the jury, I know he's innocent until proved guilty, guys. I get that. But if I was on the jury, I would go with what they say. But right now, I think he's at least involved somehow.
Yep.
I honestly don't know what, like, if I was on the jury with what I know, like everybody, like with the outside persona on everything, like I would be like, heck yeah, he killed these people, let's give him life.
Well, I don't think you would if there's evidence presented otherwise, though.
Well, I mean, no,
you
not
felt
like
like was true.
not in a sense if it was other, like if the evidence, says different, but I mean, 51, what was it, terabytes?
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yes.
That's a lot.
All right, Summer. There's the tattoos.
That's like 51 iPhones.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
If not more.
That's a lot.
It's a lot.
And I don't know if y'all can see that picture very good. It's
No.
what the hell?
What is that?
Oh, I'm about to contribute to the swear jar.
She
One
got
second.
graphics up there.
Oh, that was my studio, and that wasn't what was supposed to come up.
I figured that's what it
Ryan,
was.
Paula, where are you from in Kentucky? She said my accent was pretty close to hers.
Okay, here we go. All right, can y'all see it now?
That's his tattoo?
No, that she was asking about
Oh.
Dylan and Bethany's, what their tattoo looked like.
Yeah.
Summer, you're welcome, and if you need me to, I can email it to you.
Yeah, I think those are nice.
Yeah, it says MKXE on them.
So, okay, so do you think that Dylan would get that tattoo to remind her every single time, every single day, if she was involved?
I can answer that two different ways.
Yeah.
No, if she wasn't involved, I can see her getting it as a tribute to her friends.
Right.
But if she was involved, I can also see her getting it to make herself look innocent.
Yeah, or a third one would be she was involved and she's like silently reveling in it.
True.
Now, I'm different than Bethany, but I would have went to court and I'd have stared down BK and Ann Taylor, and I'd have gave my testimony because I'm going to bat for my 4 friends who were deceased.
Exactly.
And I want to show that I'm stronger than any idiot that comes in there with a knife and takes the life of 4 people. Who knows? Their children could have been the ones that discover a miracle or a cure for these deadly diseases that are out there.
That's very true.
Or poverty. They could have found the social breakthrough for prevent poverty. Who knows? But life has now changed for all those people, and it'll never be the same again.
Right.
Especially the 2 girls in there and all their families.
Yeah.
It's never going to be the same. And you got to remember, even the boyfriend, I mean, he's got to think of, God, what would our children have looked like?
Oh, yeah, you know that.
And
So what do you guys think about the death penalty? I'm so sorry, Riddler.
That's okay. You're fine. I think that's going to really come down to what the people's religion. because some people's religion don't believe in it. Now that's a ruby rose state, and depends on the demographics. They probably had no problem with a guy that just took out 4 people getting it. They might have a problem, okay, the guy took out his girlfriend because she's cheating on him or something. That might be different. But when there's 4 people and this is cold blooded, calculated, it's been planned. Now you got to. They may go with that DP. I think if it's held in Moscow, you're going to get a guilty conviction and you're going to get the DP.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I feel like though, like just in my opinion, if this were to be my family, I wouldn't want the death penalty just because that's instant. Like I would want him to have to sit there and like have to live with what he done. I would want him to live his life out there because he can't get out. He ain't going to get to go nowhere. Well, but I would just want him to suffer.
If he did this, Juanita,
Uh-huh.
I don't think he would suffer. I don't think it would bother him at all.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think it would. It's like Ted Bundy. There was only one that he cared about that bothered him, and that was that 13 or 14-year-old girl. Otherwise, he didn't care. None of these guys care.
Right.
Well, think about it. Bryan's a loner.
Speck didn't care. Yeah, well, so was Richard Speck. He didn't care.
So if he's a loner and you're on death row, you're in a cell by yourself, 23 hours a day? That's what you like.
Exactly.
I don't like being by myself. I'm not a loner. So.
See, if I had,
so it would be pure punishment for me. Like when I was little and I would get in trouble, my daddy'd be like, "You want a whipping or you want to get in timeout?" And I would be like, "You whip me all day long because I cannot be quiet in timeout and I cannot sit still."
See, if I had something to occupy my time, it wouldn't bother me.
Lord, that would be pure. That would be like torture to me, like pure torture. Like I think I would rather you go ahead and shoot me up with that stuff and kill me.
Yeah, I don't think he'd care.
I can see it not, if he is the person who did this, I could see it not bothering him, being by himself. Now, don't get me wrong, there may be times that he may have a breakdown and whatever, but being by yourself for 23 hours a day, I don't think it would bother him. And that's just my opinion.
He would just read his books and just be in there. I mean, I don't even think he'd break down at any point, to be honest with you, because this was so cold-blooded. That's why I don't think it would bother him, because, I mean, that's brutal.
Well, he'll probably serve 8 to 10 years before they decide to execute the DP.
Yeah, because he's got to go through all of his appeals. If there is a conviction, you have your appeals that you have to,
that could take forever.
And he may win an appeal. Who knows?
Like this is totally off like subject or whatever, but my brother just recently graduated the police academy in Nashville, Tennessee. And 2 weeks before, no, it was a week, either a week or 2 weeks before, like they were to graduate. One of the girls that he was fixing to graduate with, her baby daddy broke out of jail, but kicked her door down at like 4 o'clock in the morning and shot her in the head with her little baby like laying in the bed beside of her.
Oh God!
And she lived. Like they said that she was supposed to make a miraculous recovery, but he barricaded himself in a house and shot himself.
Riddler, hold on, I gotta find Christie's. I know that you were up here, and Lady V, you might have been up here too. The last execution that Idaho had. Do you remember when that was?
No.
No, I can't recall.
Okay, Christy, I'll go Google it real quick.
I know they've got a gentleman there that's been on death row for years.
Yeah, that Gerald Pizzuto guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was actually supposed to be executed in March, but because he's so sick and all that, they're just going to let him live out the rest of his time.
Next. 1994 is what Alexa's saying.
Okay, thank you. So, Christy, 1994.
They do at least one every year here in Florida.
I would think it would probably be like that in Texas, too.
Yeah, Texas probably. Yeah, Texas is even bigger than Florida. Yeah,
they're really
Texas is number one.
for executions and stuff
That
like
may
that.
be changing though with all of the blue people moving there.
I wonder how long though it would take to change it.
I don't know. You know, it never makes sense to me. Alexa, stop. You know, it never makes sense to me that if you move from one state because you don't like what's going on there politically, you move to a state that because you like what's going on there, but then once you get there, you start changing it to where you came from. It just doesn't compute with me. And I'm not talking politics, guys. I'm just saying it may change because of the demographics down there.
Right. Yeah.
I'm just curious to know like exactly what's true and exactly what's not.
Now Betty said she Googled it and it was Richard Albert Levitt in 2012. He was
Okay.
executed
And what did Alexa say?
in 1994. Hold on.
Okay.
And how many people did he decease?
I know there's a website that you can go to, and it tells about like the different executions that they have for Idaho, and then why they got that sentencing. Okay, so yeah, it does say the last one in Idaho was in 2012. Richard Leavitt, I guess I'm pronouncing that name right, was put to death by lethal injection. The Idaho Department of Corrections last purchased lethal injection drugs to execute the inmates in like 2011, and then again to execute another the state's last in summer of 2012.
Yeah, I must be phrasing the question wrong because she keeps coming back with the same thing.
Okay.
Maybe it was lethal injection because she was saying the last lethal injection, but I don't know.
Okay,
Sometimes
and then
I don't trust her.
the last person to be executed by firing squad in Idaho was convicted murderer Ronnie Lee Gardner, and that was done in a Utah prison in 2010. And then they brought it back, the firing squad, back in March of 2023.
Yeah, Betty Jo says yes, his execution was lethal injection. I gotta smack her upside the head, I think.
Oh my God, that is too funny.
Oh Lord, I talk to her all the time. It's crazy.
There's currently 8 people on death row right now in the state of Idaho. And if Bryan is convicted and he gets the death penalty, that'll make 9. And then if Chad Daybell gets the death penalty, that would be 10 people.
Yeah. Those 2 definitely deserve it. I mean, if it continues the way it is with Bryan.
Yeah, because
definitely
we lost Juanita. Okay, let me throw the link back out. I'll put the link back out for her.
So the last guy that got executed in Idaho, what was he guilty of?
Let me go back, man.
And how many?
I think I'm spelling his name right. Let's see. He was convicted in '84 for the death of Donette Jean. He was stabbed 15 times. And then she had some organs removed.
She had organs? Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a cert. I don't want to say which ones.
Yeah, I don't.
It says it on here. Okay. Okay, it just says that she suffered 15 stab wounds. The body of the victim was not discovered in 3 to 4 days following the murder. I guess just that one. I don't see. I don't see where there's anything else. No, it just says he was executed for the woman's murder in 1984. So I guess that was it.
So what are they going to do to a guy that took out 4 DP?
Yeah.
I mean, those are cowboys up in that area.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me get back in chat.
That was another thing too that I think people forget how rugged Idaho is. I mean, they're definitely country folk. Who don't leave.
I'm trying to get caught back. My damn chat keeps going to top chats.
But we talk about coincidences. Look at that person that we saw in the parking lot running at what, 4:30, 4:32, something like that.
4:32, I believe was the time.
And then they jump into a truck.
Mm-hmm.
Most people saying a Jeep. I won't disagree with them.
Right.
Or I won't argue with them. And then it speeds off. And this person's running.
And it's just, it seems such a coincidence that they're claiming that the suspect vehicle 1 is leaving at 420 at a high rate of speed. This person comes into camera view walking from the direction of the girl's house and happens to also leave at 423.
And that whole back seat, see, that's a lot easier just putting, see, it makes more sense. It's a lot easier putting plastic in a back seat than,
Hey, Marina.
than on a brake pedal,
Uh-huh.
gas pedal, key holder, ignition switch.
Right.
I mean, everything you got to touch in a steering wheel, that person just gets in the back seat. And it's all plastic back there.
Right.
Okay, so let's say he did hop in another vehicle and leave, okay? Where would he, I mean, let's play out that scenario. So he has somebody drive his car, or he drives it with somebody in it, and he leaves them in the car. They take off. Where do you guys think he would have parked his other vehicle? In that parking lot on, what is it, Linda Lane?
I think the white car would have been parked over by the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's where it would have been parked at.
Right. But where would the second vehicle that he took off in be parked? On Linda Lane?
Yeah, I would think so. But somebody did say, though, and I still haven't had time to go back and look, but somebody did say that Jeep or truck, SUV, whatever, comes back and parks at like 6:30 in the morning.
Then that's probably somebody that lives there.
But where do you go from 4:30 to 6 in the morning in Moscow? Check beaver traps? I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, maybe they were taking somebody to work. There was more than one people in there, we thought.
It did look like there was. I mean, they could have been dropping somebody off.
Of course, we didn't see them getting in or out.
Right.
Booty call.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I mean, they're in college. Whatever.
No, that's true.
I know, but it was just the way she said it, though.
Hey, Marina.
Marina, how are you?
Hello.
Hey, I should let you know I do have the hiccups, so I'm gonna be like.
Hold your breath and count to 10.
I've been trying that. I have done headstands.
Hold your breath and take a drink.
I've been doing that, trying to get someone to scare me. Been going up my head. Like I've tried a lot.
And a spoonful of sugar.
No, I actually have not done that. I'll do that now.
How are you, hon?
I'm good. I'm trying to find a job. We're trying to figure out my boyfriend and Wyatt's father's significant, or like his he has another child, and she's actually coming after him for child support for the first time ever, and he's the breadwinner of the family. I have not been working because I've been a stay-at-home mom, So we're trying to figure that out. So I'm trying to find a job.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, don't be sorry. I mean, he has a great lawyer who he works on his bikes for. So, the lawyer's working pro bono at the moment. So he hasn't had to shot anything.
I'm just saying, if you want to be a stay-at-home mom, that kind of hurts.
Well, the thing is, he let me be a. Not that I shouldn't say. Don't get me wrong. Jonathan's amazing.
I know what
it's
you're
not
saying.
That he let. Yeah, he didn't let me, but like he didn't want me to work.
He supported you.
I didn't want to work even because I've
Right.
loved staying home with my son.
That's how my husband and I were.
But he has a different child, and she's like 13, I think, and like the mother of that kid is just going after child support now at 13 years old in a different state. It's just
She's
it's
gonna
a
make
lot.
him pay all the back child support too.
Well, the thing is, they've had a very mutual agreement since now. Like she's always been great. They have always he always pays her like a certain amount like every month, and she's never had to like actually pry for it because like they have a very mutual agreement. Jonathan, who I'm with, is like so amazing about that. He doesn't want conflict. And I think there's forces in her life that are trying to get her to do this, which is silly because he was gonna help. Like he's been helping. He loves his daughter that he's not in contact with because they moved to California. We're on the East Coast, they're on the West Coast. It's just a lot. And
Yeah,
so
sounds like it.
Yeah, but no, don't get me wrong. My boyfriend, my significant other, he's my rock, and he's been getting on me. He's like, why do men get like they don't get support? And honestly, I kind of feel like I feel like he's on to something with that because a lot of times I don't know. I just feel bad because he is doing a lot for everybody in all these situations. I don't work. She does work, but she's still like looking for child support, which for the first time in the 13 years that his daughter's been, alive, it's just like, why now?
Summer, who was
What he
saying
said.
that? Oh, let me see. Someone was saying
So
something
somebody
about,
was saying the tattoos were gang related.
I seen that comment. I was trying to find who said it though. What the heck?
Good heavens.
I don't know who would. I don't know if they're talking about the tattoo that Dylan and Bethany got, but that tattoo is far from a gang tattoo.
Yeah, well, I think that's because Summer's like, no, they're not. Don't even say that they're.
See, those are the kind of comments that aren't educational.
No, they're not.
And I can respect other people's comments, but when they start doing things like this or come up with those off the wall stuff like you see on some channels, or like the video I watched the other night.
Yeah.
You remember
like
that
Melissa
one?
J.
Yeah,
like Melissa J. Oh,
you weren't here last night. I had to defend Melissa, and the guy was actually, he was saying he didn't respect Melissa because of the way he treated her, that other guy, but she gave him every opportunity to explain.
You talking about when I went up on panel the other night?
Yes, ma'am.
That was insane. He was saying that, that Linda Lane footage that we were watching, Scarlett.
Yeah.
He was saying that the person that was walking there was carrying a gun or something with him, and you could see it hanging down, and his feet were wet.
I remember something about. Didn't he have a phone or a flashlight or something? We were trying to figure out.
Yeah, but no, I mean this was hanging down like to his feet area, and it's not. I mean, how many times did we look at that video?
And then the Stingray, he claimed it was a Stingray in the back seat of that car.
No, that was a rifle.
And well, it's probably what we most of us figured out was those night vision
Yeah.
scopes or something. And then the white truck. You remember that little scenario we got into it with,
Yeah.
or at least Melissa did. And
So
Melissa,
you had to
she was
defend
just
her last
asking
night?
him, "Tell me how how those two trucks are the same." And
Yeah, Lady V, I'll send you an email about it or a message on Facebook.
Okay.
But yeah, I haven't even had a chance to go back and watch the person y'all were talking about. I haven't even had a chance to go watch it yet to find out
It's
what all was said.
it's crazy, and there's other channels that are just showing this stuff, and it's like, how you can make like shadows look like something else, or
Mm-hmm.
all kinds of things, or you have it so pixelated you can't tell what from what, and it's like, why don't you zoom out a little bit and take a good look there, and you'll find out it's nothing there. I mean, I don't understand how these people can fall for it. And I went up there because I'm like, just like, if you think he's innocent, convince me that he's innocent.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me why you think he's innocent. And then he throws up some more stuff like that, and it's like, no, and then Melissa, she would like shoot it down every time, and then he'd kind of change his story a little bit, and I'm like, if you're going to be with the story, stay with what you say. Don't like start changing it because somebody ended up showing you proof otherwise. No, he was hard to deal with.
well, just put it this way: I've seen better Bigfoot pictures.
Exactly.
Dennis, yes, he did.
I'll just go back and watch last night's.
Where did? Oh, I thought we done lost Sofa. Did somebody just drop a second ago?
No.
That was me for 1 second. I
Oh,
think
okay.
maybe.
I thought I seen somebody drop down in the layout change.
We lost that lady from Kentucky.
Yeah, I put the chat or the link back out, but I don't see her in chat now.
Yeah, Juanita. Oh, Juanita.
Let me grab the link real quick.
My husband watches that show all the
But
time.
that black truck, once again, that black truck could be totally innocent. That we saw, that dark Jeep, that could be totally innocent. The DoorDash driver,
So
it could be totally innocent.
So if
Everything at 4:00.
if it's not the truck and it's not the DoorDash, where do you think he would have stashed the vehicle?
Probably in that back parking lot where they had everything roped off. There's a reason they roped that off.
Yeah, but wouldn't that camera have picked that up?
Well, I don't know what the cameras can pick up and what they can't.
I wonder.
I don't know if there's a camera that would, unless there's a camera on the back apartments of the Queen Road apartments. I don't know if there would be a camera that would pick up in that little parking area back there.
I wonder if, where that truck was sitting when we were looking in the kitchen, and you see that truck right at the top of that little hill there where there's a path. I wonder that would be a good place for him to put a vehicle and get away quickly.
Right. Which looks like where the cops had all that taped off, and I still can't remember which one of the YouTubers that went up there, but they had that whole area back there taped off, and they were searching through the leaves and all that.
Right.
But I don't know if they ever found anything up there, though.
But see, then that goes back to the only thing the other person had to do with anything is to get the car out of there at a certain time. That doesn't mean that still puts BK in the house by himself.
Mm-hmm.
And if you remember when they first came out, it was a Rambo style knife.
Yeah, I remember.
Why didn't they just come out and say it was a military combat knife?
I don't know.
Fighting knife. That's all what they should have said. And everybody went on a goose chase with that.
Like Rambo knife. I don't think
And
so.
that's more for looks.
Yeah, my husband has one. It's like, I don't think so.
That thing will break first day in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Marina.
I have a question for you and everybody in the chat. Just in general, do you hear about these types of, because in this day and age where there's CCTV in like all the European countries, at least that I know of, have you heard of like this kind of multiple unalivings happening in one go, before or after Ted Bundy, obviously, and just in you don't hear about it in anyone but America to my knowledge, and I'm not talking about hostels or like the really random offshoot things, but a prevalent university, any university in any other country besides America, because they have really good CCTV, and you can't really get away with much with this kind of stuff where we're like arguing with CCTV this, CCTV that. I feel like that couldn't be even unnoticed in other countries. That could be.
They still have their crime, and it could.
I know, but a
they
crime
probably
like this,
catch them faster.
and they can also conclusively make it like be like, we saw this at this time.
Right. Yeah, because you
like,
can't go anywhere in the UK without a camera.
Exactly.
And it's
yeah.
usually, and they can usually have the voice recognitions on them too. I think it kind of comes in, this kind of stuff, I think it kind of comes in waves. Like we'll get a bunch of them and then it'll go away and then we'll get some more. Like we're hearing about other ones like in Portland and things like that we're dealing with. And then this guy, what's his name?
Which guy?
The one that I can't remember his name. The one that, it's a really weird name. It's the one that had the girl in the garage in the cinder block cage.
Oh, I know who you're talking about, but I never did hear the name of that one.
Christy knows. It's I don't know. It's a weird name.
I don't know if Christy's still in chat.
I don't either.
Sweet Misery, are you still in here?
She talked about it tonight. I should remember, but I'm tired.
What state was that in? I'll see if I can find the name real quick. Where he was called at? Or the girl escaped?
Was it Connecticut?
Oregon.
Okay.
I can't remember. It's Connecticut, Maryland.
It's like Zoobury.
Yeah, Zoobury.
Okay.
I mean, we're starting, and they've got him at 11 different states right now that they're checking out to see if he had something in those houses as well. I mean, and two, I'll be honest with you, I do believe that they try to keep it quiet so the public doesn't panic, because there's a whole lot more SKs out there traveling around than you might think.
Didn't somebody look up how many active SKs there was in the U.S. right now?
Yeah.
Like over 100 once in there.
Something like that. I remember somebody up on panel looking it up.
Yeah. And that's a scary thought.
Yeah, because you don't know where they're at or who they are or anything else.
And what's scary about that, in my opinion, is just as I was saying, like there is like CCTV like crazy in Europe, so it's like, but here it's like you can kind of get away with being a CK more than you can in the other countries. Even New Zealand, I know, has a really good CCTV surveillance system. So it's like, like you can't even get away with it there. Just go to America. It almost even seems like, it's just my opinion. I'm not even.
Oh, I thought we lost her again.
I did too.
Well, in Europe, most people use public transportation, then they use their own vehicles. Is that right?
Yeah.
It depends where.
So they mostly got cameras everywhere with their public transportation, and the government in Europe is more nosy than ours.
Oh yeah.
It's not just public transportation though. It is literally everywhere. If you look at like New Zealand stuff, it's everywhere.
Yeah, they have
They
cameras
have
everywhere. I mean, they can follow them down the street. And they can follow them pretty much to their home. No, they
Was
don't
it
get caught very frequently. That's the problem.
in the Nicola Bully case when that had happened? You know, she was over from the UK and she went missing. It, I believe that's when they were, or I had really actually heard a whole lot about like how many cameras they had over there.
Oh
It's
my
just
lord, I don't know. It's insane.
all over the place. And somebody had came up on panel one night and was talking about all the cameras over there.
I've watched some videos where like they show the inside, like the main place where they watch all those cameras from.
Hmm.
It's it's insane that they can pick up on anything because there's like monitors everywhere, and they were literally follow this person from one camera to another camera to another camera and say, this is where they are, go get them.
Hmm.
And it was very scary, but I mean, it's like an unbelievable amount of monitors and things that are like cut in four and all of that, and it's just insane.
Oh, I can
L-
imagine.
And
yeah,
they
Lady
can
V.
zoom in, on them,
Hmm.
listen to them.
Yeah, that must be mind-boggling.
Mm-hmm.
But those countries over there are real small too. I mean, how many of those countries in Europe, besides Russia,
Yeah,
is
there's a
bigger than
lot.
Texas?
Yeah.
And then if I really want to do things, I could put Texas, Montana, and California together. Now I know they're bigger
But
than all
Riddler, they've been around before the U.S. have even been around. For some of them, like the UK has been around
Oh
obviously
yeah,
before this.
yeah. We're only 200 and something years old. The United States.
Yeah.
1776, we became a nation.
Yeah, in
And
my opinion, what we have to deal with is a lot of legal red tape that the UK and a lot of European countries don't deal with as much, like like as forceful, I guess.
well, you can be like where some of my kin folks came from, Syria. There's no jury, just three judges.
I'm thinking more of a lines of like putting up cameras and stuff. Like we have like whatever all the amendments. I honestly don't know law that well, but I just know that there has to be a reason that the U.S. doesn't do it as much as the UK does it because it's just everywhere, and just not the UK, but even in like even in South Korea, there's a lot of CCTV.
Well, yeah, but you're not talking about a diplomacy. You're talking about a monarchy and a socialist country. And they want not so much monarchy, but socialism and communism. They want complete control over everything. So, of course, they're going to have cameras and everything everywhere because they dictate what you can watch, what you can wear, where you can go, how much you
But
get for salary.
true that. Even was it Singapore? There's one kind. I think it's Singapore. You can't even chew gum unless you have a doctor's prescription.
What? What you mean?
I'm not
Troll just
kidding.
sent me something. Hold on, I'm
Oh.
about to pull it up. If Tony was in here, he would love it.
I was
It's all
watching,
about them
somebody said, look
eyebrows.
at China. And during COVID, I watched some YouTube channels and stuff, and they actually, if like the whole family had COVID, they actually, if they had a metal door, they welded it shut so they couldn't get out at all.
That's what I was laughing at.
Don't worry about it.
But you got to remember, a lot of the European nations, their economy would collapse if we pulled our military out of there.
Yeah, they would.
That's the only reason they're there, is to support their economy.
Right.
And for every so many soldiers we have on base, we have to hire. It's like I'll just make up a number. For every 15 military we have in Germany, we got to hire one German on the base to work, and we pay for it.
I wasn't arguing. I wasn't even mentioning that, but yes, yeah. No, that's a very good point. Yes, we
But I mean, there's a lot of things they can't
help.
spend. I know it sounds crazy, but there's things they just can't spend money on over here because they're buying people's cell phones or sending money to Ukraine.
Yeah. So
at the same time, yeah.
Wait, let me catch this super chat real quick. Mark, thank you so much for that. And he says, keep catching y'all at the end. Damn, work is busy. Well, thank you for joining us, Mark, when you're able to. And thank you for that super chat. That was very nice of you.
Heart, Mark.
But I don't have a problem with cameras anywhere.
No, I don't either. I mean, no, if you're not doing anything,
in public.
Yeah, and if you're not doing anything wrong, it's not to me. It's not a big deal, even though it is. It is an invasion of our privacy, you know. And I think we're going the direction. I'm not sure about the direction we're going, but anyway. So, how old were you when you were adopted from Russia? How old were you when you left Russia?
I was 2 years old, but I lived there until I was 7 because my mom was a CNN bureau chief of the Moscow bureau. She was American. She was American, and right. I didn't speak Russian. Well, I spoke Russian, but I wouldn't speak it because my family was American. I was trying to fit in. But yeah, so I lived there until I was 7, on and off, because my mom would not give birth in Russia. I have 4 sisters who are all biological to my mother. So they're actually I'm the only unbiological child. So we moved to Florida every now and then. It was always Florida. But yeah. But I have something. I think it's called attachment. It's some type of disorder that happens when you my mom, my biological mom, gave me up right when I was adopted, like right when I was born. So reactive attachment disorder. Yeah, disorder. Yeah.
Issues, yeah.
I was a HEL of hockey sticks child to deal with, and I was an A. I was like hell. I was Tasmanian devil to my mom, and I can still be, and I really try not to be, but I have problems like forming. It's just a slew of things, and I don't feel bad for myself because I can't even tell you, because I can't tell you what stems before 2 years old. I don't remember my life before 2 years old. I do remember that my mom, adoptive mom, my mom, has been amazing to me, and I love her so much, and she's given me the world, and she's sacrificed even her biological kids' needs to give to me, and I'm the oldest. I just no, she's
sounds like a good mama.
And I was a spoiled little bee.
So anyway, back to the car.
Yeah.
But there are quite a few cameras, believe it or not, right there in Idaho, Moscow.
Yeah, there are.
Look at all the places we've seen. We have seen. We haven't seen everything that they have, but just the cameras that we saw.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm trying to think. If there was a place that he stashed another car, why wouldn't some camera pick it up?
Unless he knew about them.
Yeah, but okay, but
or lack of
lights, and I mean, you would think that you could only avoid them for so long before you got on a major road. Maybe out in that little estate or something. But then you got Ring cameras, you got all kinds of cameras everywhere on houses and stuff too. Besides the street, there's no way you're going to know where every single one of those are, in my opinion.
I've thought about that too. I'm blaming Idaho on that one. I don't know. Honestly, no, I don't actually blame Idaho, but I don't know.
I just think if he was in a different vehicle, they would be able to pick up what that car was, or at least
Especially
have
if
something in mind.
yeah, especially at 4 a.m. in the morning. Who is driving around that much, like where you can't pinpoint a make or model? It's
Yeah,
I don't know.
this case drives me
Is
nuts.
there a state I can compare Idaho with? Because honestly, I don't know that much about Idaho. I don't hear about Idaho. Is it like Kansas?
No.
The
No.
Lady B's like, no.
I'm from Kansas. No, they're not like.
I've been to get. Oh, do you know Brewster, Kansas?
Mm-hmm. Well, I know where it is.
It's in the middle of nowhere, literally.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It's all flat in Kansas, so it's not flat in Idaho.
Well, what are you trying to compare? Like the way the city is, or what the
I just
landscape
remember.
is?
Okay, so I was dropped off in Colorado, and we had to drive 3 hours to my cousin's place in Kansas, and in Brewster, Kansas, and it was just flat and like corn and just flat, like literally no
That's
hills, no
Kansas.
elevation.
Yep, that's Kansas.
So is Idaho like that?
Idaho's real mountains, like Rockies, and
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's okay.
very hilly.
You know, I'm getting off point. I'm gonna be quiet and I'll let you guys speak. I'm sorry.
There's just too many things that are alike in this case. I mean, like I said, you got a DoorDash at 4 o'clock, and at 4:05 he's walking in the house.
I'm just trying to figure out where that other car would be.
Well, if you had one, we don't know.
Could it be on Valencia Drive?
I had thought about that too. That's like right there behind him, right?
Uh-huh. Just go down the tree line from the house. Just
See,
like
that's what.
the back of
That's
the
what.
house there.
Yeah. See, that's what I thought. If I had done this, that's where I would have parked from the very beginning. I'm like, that's where I would have parked. He's a runner, so that's a short distance for him to cover. Go in, do your thing, and you have cover all the way back too because of all the trees and everything. Go back and get in the car there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But with no DNA in the car, I just can't. That one just like
It's
blows
there's
my mind.
it's just more questions that we have that we don't have answers to.
Yeah.
Dee, I'm doing good, thank you.
I mean, because even if you had plastic in that car, there's some places that would just.
I don't, because you would have to think if there's plastic in the car and you have red fluid that is dripping off of you, it's going to run on that plastic and it's going to
Yeah.
go to wherever the lowest part of the plastic is. If it
Right.
drips off like the side of your leg or something, it's going to hit the floor more than
Yeah, it's going to run down. I mean, you
Right.
would have had to really, really cover that thing in plastic,
Mm-hmm.
you know, except for the foot pedals and everything that, I mean, you would have to pretty much tape that thing all up, I think.
Yep.
And actually, Scarlett, that's true. You can even get DNA off of latex gloves. So if you can get them off latex gloves, you can get like the inside.
Yeah, but that,
not just.
but the plastic's easy enough to get rid of.
Oh, that's true. True.
So I'm trying to figure out, did Dylan ever come out of her room and walk across?
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna be a question for everybody.
Because she has to step
Red
across
light.
she has to step across that latent footprint.
You know, and it makes me wonder with Bethany being on Maddie's side of the house, even though there was, you know, a kitchen above her and then there was Maddie's,
No.
you would think she would have heard something there. Did I say that wrong? Was she not? Is that not right, Fofa?
Dylan was below Maddie's room.
Yeah.
Okay, Dylan.
directly below.
Oh, okay.
And
I was thinking it was the other side of that.
Bethany's is below the living room. Right?
Yep. Yeah, Dylan's is below Maddie's bedroom and the bathroom that's right next door to Maddie's room. And then Bethany is below, yeah, the living room.
Well, you would think. I'm wondering if Bethany saw something because, I mean, you would think that the scuffle on the second floor would have drawn some attention to her.
To Bethany?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean yeah. But I think that if either one of them had come out of their rooms like completely, they wouldn't have stood a chance.
I agree with you there.
I mean, I think that is what saved Dylan's life, was not coming out.
Well, did you
So,
see how bright? Did you see how bright that good vibes sign was? Right
yeah.
there, right across from the door where Dylan opens the door. That sign is extremely bright at night, and it could blind you for a moment.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that if she had stepped out, she would have had to step back in.
Yeah,
And that movement would have caught his eye.
Yeah, I agree. If
I think that
he had
that
seen her,
brightness. Sorry.
I was just saying, if he saw her, I don't think she'd still be here with us.
That's why I don't think Dylan put her entire body or even just her entire head out that door. I think she cracked that door open because of what she was hearing.
Right.
And she just happened that third time to catch the person walking through there.
I agree.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I think too.
Do you think he might have saw her but says, I got to get out of here because police could be on the way?
No.
Or do you think he just didn't see her at all and he just kept walking along?
I
don't
Oh,
think he saw her.
I could be wrong. I have a feeling that if he would have seen her, he would have heard her too.
I just can't believe though that he didn't know that she was there either. I mean, maybe that she wasn't awake, but if he had been looking in the windows and stuff, then he would have had a direct line into her bedroom window too.
I think
he would have known she was at least living there.
Yeah, I would have thought he knew she was there. And I think that the third floor was his target. And I think Xana and Ethan just got in the way. And if he thought he wasn't seen by Dylan, he could leave. I really do believe if he might have known she was there, but if she didn't see him, what does it matter if she's there? He's still gone,
What if he first came in through that back window and he saw the lock on Dylan's door, so he didn't bother with her? So he went upstairs and those doors aren't locked. Made it easier for him to get in.
Yeah.
Because you got to hear somebody kicking a door down.
Yeah. I don't think he kicked anything down. What's this naked guy thing everybody keeps talking about?
That was an article that came out a couple of months ago. Do you remember, was you in here whenever I read the article about Bryan wanting to be a female and wanting to be moved to a female prison, even though he's not in prison yet, but he wanted to be moved to a female prison?
No.
Okay. Well, that was like a couple of months ago. This crazy article came out about that. About a week or two later, this other article came out from a totally different media source and said that Bethany seen a naked man running through the house that night. So,
okay,
nothing to it. Just
so then he would have red stuff all over his body.
Yes.
And I don't think that's very good, because what if somebody got a hold of the knife and decided, the crotch area was a good place to slash him? That's like,
I just think it was some stupid ass article, story, whatever, that was put together just to throw something out there and have your name as the person who wrote it. I think that's basically all it was.
And Big Al brought up a good point. He could have wore, I think it was called a Tydex suit. It's kind of like they use for painting or chemicals.
You talking about like the Tyvix? Is that
Yeah,
what you said?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But he still got to clean it. Where's he got time to clean it if he's rushing off at 4:20?
Well,
you would have to
you know-
take it off like super quickly.
Well, and he worked for his dad in the heating and air, so sometimes they do wear those. He might have had one there at his house.
Well, I wonder, in order to get one of those suits off, if you would have to take your shoes off in order to get it like off your legs, because some suits you can
Yeah.
you just slip over your shoes or boots or whatever, but some you can't. You have to take your shoes off in order to get them off.
I think those you'd have to take your shoes off.
So
The type of that, what did they call it? The PPE type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you can wear those over your
And
shoes.
then he got a garbage bag sitting outside waiting on him, or he could walk across the concrete, then pick it up and throw his outer clothes in there.
But that's just okay. How long would it take to get that thing off?
Well, exactly. And then you're speeding off at 4:20. I'll even give him 4:30 speeding off. Let's say they made a mistake and it's 4:30. He was speeding off. You still don't have time to do anything.
No, he doesn't.
And think about the girl's hair, or even Ethan's hair. None of that's on him or clinging to him.
Or dog hair. Because Murphy was around that house. Dog hair.
How wasn't he sweating?
I would think he would have been.
I would have been, yeah. I would have been.
I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility that he could have done this in that short amount of time himself. The problem is getting out with no trace of, or the lack of DNA in the vehicle. And
that's what makes me think that whoever did this did not leave that house in that car. Because you can put plastic all in your car.
Yeah.
Are you really going to put plastic in your car and still take a chance of some DNA getting in your car by accident?
One little hair, little anything, eyelash, anything,
Because you can clean it, but if you don't see it and you don't know it's there, then and you think you have the perfect cover up, it's all covered up, everything. No way you could have, but you didn't know that there was one little speck of, like you said, an eyelash or a piece of hair or the red stuff or whatever that fell, and you didn't know it.
So I envision, so if he did it on his own, then I envision like I would have had plastic over the front seat, over the what do you call it, the dashboard area, have it taped down, I would have actually everything in that car taped off except for where I'm going to sit as far as getting in and out. So everything except for where the driver's door is has plastic on it.
And where would he do this at? Back at his apartment, where everybody can see him doing it. See, that's what I'm thinking. There's not even plastic in his car.
Yeah,
I don't think so much.
I'm trying to think.
That is just so much overdone.
It is. Well, it is, but I mean, lack of DNA. I mean, if he was the one that got in that car, that's the only way I could see where there wouldn't be like anything in there. But that's a lot of work. That's a lot of time. And where would he have done it?
Total lack of DNA. That means all kinds of DNA.
Yeah.
I want to know where.
No, I know that. Yeah, it boggles me. I don't know.
What, Fofa, say that again?
I want to know how he didn't sweat at the scene.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that don't make no sense.
It's 28 degrees outside.
But just
but
the
he's running around
adrenaline.
doing all that stuff on the inside.
Yeah,
And
just
then
the
both,
adrenaline, I think, especially with a mask on your face, covering your mouth and your nose.
Yeah, that would be hard. And then you got your gloves on. Then what did he do? Tape up the bottom ankle part of the whatever pants or whatever he had on so it wouldn't catch on anything or pick up anything underneath his pants. I mean, Lord God, no, that's just kind of this
I
case is
mean,
kind of like a person that was murdered in a locked room and nobody was in there, you know?
okay, something that I don't think anybody of us could, or I can't even fathom, is what the adrenaline would be doing. And like, if you're literally thinking about, if you're like a criminologist, like being him or the alleged unaliver doing all of this, you might not sweat the adrenaline. I don't know, like scientifically, what that does to a person's body, and I think it does vary from person to person. Maybe some people sweat, maybe some people um, get too cold. Like I couldn't speak for it, but I'm just putting that out there. Maybe I know that I'm different when it comes to kind of those kinds of, not that kind of situation, obviously, but when my adrenaline's up, it's a little bit different than other people's adrenaline. That's all.
Hmm.
Wait, where is 798 Taylor Avenue, Scott? I'm gonna have to gotta go back to Google Maps, y'all. Hold on.
Renee Tay says maybe he put deodorant all over his face. Or it was never mind. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, y'all. With this case, anything's possible. And we'll be honest, nothing would surprise me at this point.
No, it wouldn't me either.
Mark, thank you so much for that super chat. He said, guys, don't forget he was completely covered. He planned this for a while. He effed up with the sheet, or he would have gotten away with it, in my opinion. Mark, thank you. That was very nice of you. I thought about that today. I was watching something when they were talking about like the perfect murder or whatever, and I was thinking he would have if he would have taken the sheath or wouldn't have even brought it to have been able to lose it. Like, what would this case be like right now if they wouldn't have had the sheath?
I don't think they would have caught him this soon. I think it would have happened again.
Sniper, I will be here another 20 minutes. You're more than welcome to come up.
I would love to have Sniper come up. He's an expert on this.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to think if he's ever been up here before. I don't think he has on my panel.
Now, there's a guy he's the guy that'll tell you all about what a K-bar will do to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. That way, if he wants to grab it, he can come up. All right. I was about to say something, y'all, and I just completely forgot what it was. I don't even remember now. Well, shit. Maybe it'll come back to me in a minute.
That car leaving at that time is the only reason I think there might be somebody else involved.
I've said it from the beginning, like when this PCA came out, that somebody else is driving and it hadn't been to that area or around that house before. Just the way they're explaining how he's turning around and trying to park, and
maybe he was having second thoughts, trying to say, "Oh no, I'm not going to do. Oh yes, I am going to do this."
Yeah, kind of fighting with his thoughts or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't. It's that feeling, y'all, that I've had from, like I said, the very beginning, that I cannot shake. That there's somebody else involved, and of course, he's not going to tell it, because if he tells it, he incriminates his own self.
Exactly.
But
other than that, Scarlett, I just have always had a gut feeling he did this by himself. It's that one thing that's just like, okay, I'll tend to go with you on that one, but
yeah.
I can't see him trusting anybody else.
And see, I go back to that too. Was this, if it is somebody else, like, was this somebody that, like, he must have formed some type of very close relationship with,
Yeah.
in order to trust them. Somebody else is involved, and he is involved in it.
Right. But
Well,
even if
he was out recruiting.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
could have been too. But even if he was on Melinda, he's still going to run into cameras sooner or later. I would think that they would check every car that's on any camera within a certain radius, that they would check out every car at that time.
But yeah, I don't know. This case drives me crazy.
Yeah, I think about this case all the time.
But see, they may have that car parked somewhere. They can see it. So what do they see? They see a guy get out, and he's in a black suit. They can't see his face, and they can't see the tag number. Maybe they did. Who knows? But
yeah,
they've got enough. I'm telling you, they got enough to get him arrested, and they got enough, I'm thinking, that town right now to get him convicted.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I just don't see how he's going to fight that touch DNA. I know they're going to bring their experts in, but how are you going to convince a jury all these coincidences, and then you got touch DNA inside that house on that knife sheath?
Right. That's a lot of circumstantial evidence right there.
So and not only that, Ann's got to fire back with how his DNA got on that knife sheath.
Right.
Okay, so if she could come out and say, okay, he had it and he sold it to a stranger. Okay, she's going to come up with something.
Yeah. You make so many crazy little mistakes, though.
Even on this channel, though, people have. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Even on this channel, we've discussed like how he could even be linked to the sheath. He could even use that. There's just so much reason. It's reasonable doubt. That's the answer that I want to say. You just need one juror to find reasonable doubt, and we've even given reasons why, like, it could have been this person through this person through this person, and one juror just has to believe that. So,
right.
Yeah. And Mark said, let me go back up and find it. He said that if he is convicted, I think DK will seem like a bird. I wonder if at that time if he starts getting to the point where he's going to end up guilty, I wonder if he's going to snitch, or if he's just going to continue. Because, like I said, if he snitches on somebody, he's incriminating himself. But I wonder if he's going to go to that length if he is the person and there is someone else.
I wouldn't think that he would snitch until after he was convicted, if there's somebody to snitch on. But singing like a bird, yeah, I think he would want somebody to write his memoirs.
Oh, yeah, there's for sure going to be some books out on this. Books, movies, like,
yeah,
his own words, I think.
Yeah.
All right, let's say he's convicted. And now we got to go to the DP. Now that's the time the state can say, we'll take away that DP if you fill in the rest of the holes for us, and if you can tell us if anybody else is involved.
I mean, is he going to do it?
Well, does he want the DP in 10 years?
I mean, does he even care if he has it? I think that would
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, that's going to be
that would
all on
be.
him.
I mean, he feels okay. So in that paper we were reading, he feels disconnected. He doesn't feel like he's really a part of anything. He's like on the outside looking in. I'm just paraphrasing.
Mm-hmm.
So depending on how bad that is, he may not care.
What if he pulls a Danny Rolling, stands up in court and says, "I'm guilty of all this"?
Well, if that happened, I would hope it would be like BTK, where they made him go from the beginning to the end in detail.
Well,
But
I
that
mean,
was because of a plea deal.
how many other things has he done that other SKs are done during their time or whatever? Were there like a couple of different things that he kind of like copied or what seemed like he
Yeah.
was copying?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
the three that Riddler and I keep going back with: Danny Rawling, Ted Bundy. Well, actually, four: Ted Bundy, BTK, and just a touch of John Wayne Gacy in there. Yeah, I think he mixed those all up on trying to do what they did, except for outdo them, but then he got caught. So,
I mean, if he does that, yeah, I'm gonna fall straight out my chair.
That's what the prosecutor did here in Florida when Danny Rawling, he goes, "Did I hear him correctly?" You can see their mouths open, their eyes get big.
I'm telling y'all, I'm gonna fall straight out the chair if he
But see, once
does
again,
that.
Bundy and Rolling did not get tried in the city or the town or the county where they committed these crimes. They moved them.
do you think she's going to end up asking for it to be moved?
If I was her, I would, but she sounds like she wants everything right there. She wants that house knocked down. She doesn't want TV cameras. And right now, really, the house, I was thinking about the other day, it serves no purpose now.
I agree with you.
I didn't know they
heard you.
demolished it inside.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that. I kind of agree too. Will says, this is funny. Will said he thinks it's Colonel Mustard in the observatory with tweezers. That's what it feels like.
Because, I wanted to, if I was a juror, I want to go look at those doors. Were they forced open, or were they just unlocked that night? This kind of things intrigue me, stuff like that, and because that tells me that he's got to spend more time in there. And now, has the sound's been changed because the furniture's been removed?
Oh yeah. You just take, like, I was moving some stuff around in my room and took everything off my walls, and just even with bed and dresser, there was still an echo in here just from taking the stuff off the wall. Just imagine removing everything out of the house.
Yeah. And they said that part of the floor's been ripped up and part of the walls have been removed.
Yep.
Yeah, they shouldn't have touched it until after the trial.
Baseboards are gone.
Yep. So it's going to sound completely different in there than what it sounded like when the girls lived there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey, Amethyst, how are you?
I'm going to go get some coffee. I'll be back.
Okay. Let's see, look at frog togs, black-headed. Oh, son, yes, I know what frog togs are. I mean, whoever did this could have very well been in some type of hunting clothing. That's like the waterproof type stuff. Well, no.
Dickies coveralls.
Yeah, somebody brought that up too. The Dickies coveralls. But he's still got to, like, take the clothes off before he can get in the car.
Look how many players got the hell out of town after this. You got the two females, Bethany and Dylan. They went out of town. As a matter of fact, they went out of state. Where'd Adam go? He got out of there. And we're told that somebody went to Africa. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, it's never been confirmed if the hoodie guy ever went to Africa or not. I mean, we know that he did, before that with his family and stuff like that. But That night, we don't know.
BK was trying to get out of there, bless his heart, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
he went to Pennsylvania, but that's as far as he got.
He made it to the East Coast, and that was it.
I was just thinking something. Whenever I can, Scarlett.
Yeah, go ahead.
So okay, so we're all blaming BK, but the thing about the clothes is really bothering me, and like being able to pull all this off. Who else can better pull any of this off except for the persons in there for 8 hours before anyone even calls anybody? Like, 8 hours, is that not enough time to like like, it's Idaho. I don't know. It's any country, any county, any city. Who is gonna, like, you can in 8 hours you can there's a dog, it can freaking eat the stuff. I mean, just like, it makes me think like there's something in the house. Like, who better to know all these things and just to be in the house? Like, you literally, I forgot about the whole 8 hours thing. You have 8 freaking hours to dispose of stuff. Or I'm not I don't know the women or the ones that are alive now, but it just makes me think. I'm just like, who better to know or to be able to help? I don't know, or to dispose of that kind of evidence or not leave a trace.
Yeah.
It's just my opinion. I just literally thought about it, and it's driving me crazy. I literally had to get out of my house because like I had to speak about it loudly. So I'm going to quiet now.
No, you're good.
I'm still leaving the possibility that we don't know everything. We just know the PCA. We
Sure.
kind of read between the lines on Ann's total DNA. We're kind of shocked that the state didn't fire back if they had DNA. They didn't challenge her statement, or maybe they will later. I don't know.
But can you challenge her? Like, there's her
I
like
can't.
anyone in that house's DNA is going to be everywhere. It's a college house. It's literally the perfect setup. College house, like 8 hours until anything happens. It's literally a perfect crime if you're in the inside. I'm not saying that anybody was. I can see the defense having that anyway.
Riddler, what you had said, about the state not firing back at it, it surprises me too, because when you have, the defense coming out and saying something that can sway the public opinion that much, you'd think, and it seems to be going this way, that the prosecution is going to come out and swing right back and swing the public opinion back in their favor. So I think that it is like pretty telling that they didn't even challenge that.
Yeah. That got to me because I says, well, he'll fire back on that. So far, I haven't seen anything, and maybe he wants to make her look like a fool later. Because, see, I'm seeing more of a personal grudge between the state and the prosecution.
Yeah.
Than I see two people
I don't think so at all.
It's almost tit for tat, is what it kind of
It
seems
is.
like.
Yeah, I think though that it's. I don't find it. I don't think it's personal yet.
It's like, okay, you throw one out, and Ann Taylor comes out with June 23rd documents, her and Jay Logston, and then the prosecution's like, hold my beer and watch this.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
then boom, here comes the intent to seek the death penalty.
I don't know
and
that
it's
it's
like
personal.
trump that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
think it's personal. Yeah, I don't think it's personal.
I wouldn't say personal, but not personal as in outside of their work profession, but maybe within the work profession. If that makes
Exactly.
sense.
Yeah, exactly, Scarlett. It's like it's a professional rivalry. Like it's something that's kind of a
rivalry. They don't like, they're not normally in the same courtrooms.
Which would be the perfect setup for him and Ann to go head to head, because after this, when would they possibly go head to head again?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Maybe
That's what
she
I
wants to
mean.
leave her
It's
mark in
professional.
Lathal County. You know what I'm saying?
Once again, the defense is the out of town team. They're the
Right.
visitors. Everybody's the home team on the prosecution side.
Mm-hmm.
And if that trial's held right there, you got another home team.
I would hope
jury.
for the most. Yeah, really. I would hope for the most part that they're supporting each other, but it's kind of like not friendly banter, but like just banter amongst colleagues, ish in a way. If that makes sense, I don't know if that makes sense.
It reminds me of a movie, where you have the DA and then you have the defense that are like battling it back and forth. And I think this trial is going to be very interesting. I don't think it's going to be boring.
No, I don't. I don't see this one being boring like the other ones that we've seen recently.
I don't think
that was
anyone
just
thinks it's going to
oh
be
my
boring.
God. Yeah, I think it's going to be because that's what I want to see. I want to see both sides go head to head with each other, fight for the state's fighting for what they're supposed to be fighting for, the defense is fighting for their client, and just battle it out. That's what I want to see. I want to hear arguments from both sides.
Yeah, me too.
That's where I think.
I'll tell you this from family experience and from friends I know.
Mm-hmm.
Male lawyers don't care for female lawyers.
That I was going to just say kind of the same thing. It's going to be like,
you take orders from me, and
see,
there's a lot of there. I'm just telling you, between these two right here, I'm seeing friction.
I can see Ann Taylor though being that woman, like, just because you're a man, you're not going to talk to me. You're not going to talk to me like that.
Yeah,
I can see that from her.
And
it's called ego.
This is still kind of cowboy country too, where very much so their opinion is like that.
Yeah,
ego. It's all in their head. They just have big heads, egos. In the nicest way possible. I mean, I would have a big ego too.
That's my opinion and my observation of what I'm seeing going between them, because as soon as she wanted to talk to Bethany, here comes the grand jury.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
State of Idaho, they sat on their hands. And they waited till this case came up to all of a sudden come up with a firing squad.
Yeah.
They didn't introduce legislation till March or February?
March.
I mean, this is the most I've heard out of Idaho.
I think it was March.
And it just seems like every time one tries to do something, the other one counters it. Which
know
that,
of course.
Take advantage of the laws that were written for you. But in my eyes, the law's all in the favor of the prosecution in this state.
Maybe in Florida, but I think the defense, because they only have to prove reasonable doubt, the prosecution has a big upward battle. But yes, I do see where you're coming from there.
She's not going to have a chance to prove reasonable doubt until she gets in the courtroom in a trial.
Yeah, because the jury is different. The jury's always going to be different. It doesn't matter what you guys have, or not you guys, but defense has against prosecution, against defense. It depends. The jury is all that really matters at the end.
And she's going to be going up against the FBI. It's not going to be that easy. They're going to come in there and prove their cast. They're going to come in there and prove their DNA. They're going to bring their experts. So, I mean, everything's in favor of right now the state. And so is the evidence. The evidence is heavily over on the state side right now. I lost respect in the defense when they were crying about the probable cause for a grand jury. We read their laws. What it says, probable cause.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're gonna fight for tooth and nail. I just want who Scarlett, do you know who is funding the defense? Do we know?
Yeah, the public.
Yeah, she's a public defender.
Our tax dollars.
Yeah.
So she's going all out as a public defender?
Yep.
She's not the lawyer you would hire if you were a O.J. Simpson. You wouldn't hire her.
Well, she's acting like she is. Honestly, in my
she's a public defender. She's not a private
No, I agree. No, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying she acts like she is O.J. Simpson's lawyer.
I mean, she's doing her job.
And she's doing it
You
well.
can't really ask for public defense. You don't hear public defenders doing that kind of stuff. Sorry.
The public, I think
I mean,
she's doing
if I were
fantastic
going to
job.
be in a case like this, if I had been accused of this and I didn't have money to hire, O.J. Simpson's lawyer, I would prefer a public attorney that's death penalty qualified, who has gone to court, who has experience, than one that is cheaper.
And
I
one
would
that's
much
beat,
prefer this.
one that's
Well,
beat
of
the
course,
court
but
too.
it's like
Because
a
I
luck of
think
the
there's
draw,
a
isn't
huge
it?
misconception there with the quality of a public defender
But
and
remember,
a private.
a public defender doesn't have to worry about wins and losses. They still have their job.
Yeah, but I don't think she thinks that way, Riddler.
Well, I don't either. But I'm telling you, that's the way public defenders are. They don't want to. They don't want to. Now she's going up against the system. Most of them, the public defenders, go with the system. We don't want to make the judge mad at us now. I'm not going to bring that up in court. And that's when people say, "I want to fire you," and then I get another
I just
one.
feel like she's going above and beyond than most public defenders do. Not that public defenders don't try their hardest. I'm not saying that, but they usually have a stack of caseloads and they cannot give their divided attention like this. I just feel like she's acting more private. Just my opinion.
You probably dropped every single thing but this case, as far as she's concerned. Let other people deal with it, but I think she's focused, and I think she's too competitive not to give it her all.
Well, she's very competitive, but what's her win-loss record in M1 trials?
I don't know. She won the DP case.
All right, she had an objection in one case or an appeal, right?
No, she had
the one case. She got the guy. Well, he got off on a technicality, but then he was retried and he's now in prison.
Federally, he was retried.
Right.
And think about it. If she does win this case, it doesn't even matter the backlog of cases she has. She's going to get into the private sector, regardless.
She was in the private sector, and she went back to be
Thank you, Fofa.
Yep.
She went back to
Yeah,
be head of the public defender's office.
Well,
So,
she is the public defender. That's what the public defender is. It's one person, and that one person assigns the other public defenders underneath them, the other lawyers underneath them, which case you're going to get. And sometimes
So she could have. So who assigned her to this case, Riddler?
Well,
did she assign herself?
This is where it gets goofy. In that area, they don't have any public defender qualified to do a DP.
She was the only one.
Oh yeah, sorry, we talked about that.
So they had to bring her from remember, she's out of district. She's a visitor coming in. Now she's the
I do remember that. My bad.
She's the public defender in her district. I don't know who the public defender is in that district.
I feel like Fofa. If I didn't have the money to buy a private attorney, I would be completely satisfied with her because she is on fire on every little thing she can think of. I don't think
very much so.
I don't think he'll have really anything that he can appeal on when it comes to anything that Anne has done.
Yeah, he can't complain about her, and nobody honestly can say that she's not doing her job.
Right.
I'm not complaining about her. I am jealous of, I would just want that as a public defender. I just feel like a lot of people don't get that. It's just, it's annoying. I would want that from any public defender.
You'd have to pat her on the back for bringing in 2 more attorneys to help her.
Yeah.
Fofa, what county do you remember, or what, not county, or district Latah County is? Because Anne is District 1.
Latah County, I believe, is 3.
3, okay.
It's either 2 or 3. I'm almost positive it's 3.
3, okay. Because there's a Thomas Monaghan. I believe I'm saying his name right. He's for District 3 and 4. Eliza Massif is 3. Let's see. I think that was all of them. Yeah, so there's only 2, and neither one of those. Well, I don't know. The Thomas guy, he can be lead or co-counsel, and Eliza Massif can only be co-counsel on the DPKs. But I wonder if that's the one that Ray was talking about that time that recused himself from it, so they had to bring Ann in.
What was his name?
Thomas Monaghan, Monaghan. Drop it in the back chat. It says he's for District 3 and 4, and he can be lead or co-counsel on DP cases. All right, I just dropped his name in the back chat.
Because I also know you can only have one death penalty case at a time.
Right.
So I don't know if...
Well, she's laser focused, that's for sure.
Yeah, he can never come back and say he didn't have adequate counsel.
Right. And I didn't mean really appeal. I mean, now, but they can appeal on having
the conviction. He can.
Right.
Yeah.
If he had ineffective counsel, he can use that for the grounds of an appeal.
Okay, let me ask you, the 3 of you, this question. You're the judge. Now, you saw the alibi.
The one we heard?
The one that she wrote.
I'd be going to go back and try again.
That's a good lawyer, isn't it? I mean, they're all lawyers on every station I watch are laughing at her right now.
Yeah, that's true.
But you know what she did? Honestly, she took the PCA and used their PCA and their words as his alibi.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. Yeah, what I'm saying is, it doesn't meet the criteria of Idaho law of what an alibi is.
But she never submitted it as an alibi. Officially.
No, she's gonna do that.
That's what she's trying to say in the whole thing, and everyone jumped on it. But I mean, I have a lot of respect for a lot of the talking heads on the TV, but there's a lot of them that get on there and they give their opinion about the documents like that, and they haven't read the rest of them, so they don't have all of the stuff. There's other ones that have done other analysis on it and have found that it's not a bad idea. Like, it's not a bad.
So the judge can actually say that since you didn't present an alibi in the time limits required, you won't be able to present one during the trial.
Well, no, but that doesn't mean she can't use other people to kind of create the alibi.
That's also why it's on the list of things that they're supposed to talk about. On the 18th. So I mean, because with all of those motions from the prosecution about the alibi, I think she's spot on when she says that he's trying to strong arm them into waiving his right to a speedy trial. That is very much the vibe that I've gotten from a lot of those things that they've filed. So I mean, I think that it's fair that she's trying to take a different route and find like a way around it. And by saying, hey, we're willing to come and talk to you and show you in the ex parte hearing that we're not BSing you, that we're telling you that, hey, if they're going to keep prying, they're getting into our confidential work product and they need to back off. So, yeah, we don't have a specific alibi because we don't have an exact location or an exact time. And that's what you're asking for. We're telling you we don't have that. And we do have some stuff, but like you have to stop because you're out of your essentially like the prosecutor can't get exactly what he wants. We know that. We've expressed that. And just chill.
Well,
Yeah, I understand what
she's
you're
had
saying.
7 months to come up with one, and the
But
only 2 witnesses are going to be Bethany and Dylan. Now, who's
yeah,
going to
but
be his witnesses? He's got to bring them in, and the state gets a chance to cross-examine them.
so really though with that, a major part of what she's trying to build, right, with this and show is the two different reports from the cast team and from the car analysis that she had to go and get the judge's order to get. So she didn't get those until what was it, the 17th,
Yeah, somewhere around in there.
14th?
Okay, I can go with that. I can
Yeah.
go with
So
that.
that's part of it because if she's trying to say, hey, he was out driving, she needs all that cast data. She needs all of those car
Yeah, that's
like
true.
footage.
Yeah, if they
And
would have
to be
given it
able
to
to
her,
continue to build it, she has to have it first.
yeah,
Right.
if they would have given it to her when she first asked for it, more than likely she probably would have had it done by now.
And
Or
I mean,
get
it
close
could
to
be a
it
bunch
anyway.
of bull too. I don't know, but I can see where she's coming from.
Yeah.
Well, then the state should be reprimanded for not turning it over in time.
Yep.
The FBI.
Kent, what do you mean? See, y'all should look into how much money the defense is getting. I've never seen a public defender with that kind of funding ever. BK got a free dream team. I,
I
Mark,
agree.
I agree. I think he has a really good team. I think and put a good one together.
Yep.
Now, whether it's going to work out in BK's favor, I, that's. I mean, we'll have to wait and see what happens at trial. But as of right now, nobody can say she's not doing her job. Yeah, Woods. I had figured it up at one time how because the first 40 hours that money's going straight to Kootenai County Public Defender's office. Anything over 40 hours, she gets herself, and then co-counsel. Was it 180 that they were getting after the first 40 hours of the work week?
Do you think Bryan is helping with his defense?
I would think.
I think so too.
But I've asked some public defenders and state attorneys, how come you didn't go into private sector? They said, you know how much that cost? You got to buy, rent, or lease a building. You got to buy all this furniture. You got to buy computers, paper. You got to hire somebody to answer the phone. You got to have other attorneys underneath you working.
And you can't hire just any type of secretary to work in a law office. You got to have one that's a legal secretary that can type up your documents and know how to type them.
Exactly.
I
then
did.
You got to pay for their insurance.
Mm-hmm.
You got to pay for their vacations. I mean, there's all kind of overhead cost on if you want to own your own attorney's office.
I had a criminal law. I had a criminal law from the DA come in, and I did her nails, and I was talking to her, and she told me the same thing. She was the defense attorney for the state, and she said the same thing because I asked her, you know, why don't you go to work for somebody else too? And she just said it's really hard to do that because then you still have things overhead you have to pay for even if you're working for somebody else.
Right.
See, one of the biggest law firms here, and it's one of the most powerful, is one called Morgan and Morgan.
Mm-hmm.
Very powerful here in Florida. And guess who works for them as one of their lawyers?
Who?
Bobby Kennedy Jr.
Oh, wow.
He's one of their lawyers.
I mean, just think of it like this. Yeah, she's a public defender and all this and that, and he lucked out when he got her in the team that he has, because he could have ended up with Lori Vallow's attorneys.
Yeah. Oh my
Right.
word.
So
That's very true.
But I still like to see her win loss record. And that don't mean anything because you already got as a public defender, you already know this guy's guilty.
you're getting, yeah.
This guy's guilty, but I'm going to hold the state's feet to the fire to make sure they use the proper procedures and follow the law. Because if they can get away with this guy, they're going to get away with the guy we know that's innocent.
And you have to think of this too. She's like number one in Kootenai County in the public defender's office. So she has a reputation to hold when it comes to the state of Idaho and the attorneys or the public defenders that is under her.
And she may one day have the aspiration, the goal, to become the Attorney General of Idaho. Of course, that's probably elected.
Vapor swears up and down she's going to be a judge.
Well, see, there could be that's another thing. They one of their aspirations, because many of the state attorneys here, and we've had one public defender be appointed as a judge. See, if a judge leaves early in his term, retires, maybe because of illness or just because of age, they're burned out, whatever, then the governor appoints an attorney to become that judge. And that's what gets me. I've never understood how. Okay, I've been an attorney, and all I do is I'm an ambulance chaser. I do family law, and now I'm being appointed as judge. In my first case, I'm going to be doing an M1.
Marina, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you.
That's scary. Yeah, because when I was talking to this lawyer that came in, my boss, well, she's not really my boss, my mentor was asking her some questions about other things besides criminal. And she's like, of course, my mentor doesn't understand everything completely in English. But what she was trying to tell my boss is that if it's out of the criminal realm, she knows nothing about it. It's like, I'm criminal. That's all I deal with. And because I think she was asking about a will or something like that. And she's like, I don't do anything like that. I don't even know how to do anything like that. So it would be kind of bad to be, say, a traffic lawyer and then be put into, in one case. That would be insane.
Well, they say family law judge is harder, or the civil court is tougher than the criminal court. They put their best judges here on the civil side.
Well, I could see why. Talk about a mess.
But I helped a guy. He was a lawyer, and he did accidents. He did that type of law where you slip and fall. And he ran for judge. Of course, his daddy was a judge also, and he won. And he was in criminal court. Later, they moved into family court. They move you around. And then he was as a judge, he was appointed to the appeals court by the governor. So he's doing well. He's way younger than us.
I'm just trying to catch up in chat real quick. People are talking about OJ's case.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is comparable to that. I mean, there was two people, and he did that in less than, 2 or 3 minutes was all that one took.
Yeah, somebody said 2 minutes. I think it's what somebody in chat earlier had said.
Yeah, I think it was something like that.
It's not going to take long to do what. I mean, I'm looking at 1 minute per person. I can put
Yeah.
five stabs into you in 1 minute.
Yeah, especially with the K-bar, man, that thing's solid.
Yeah, it's razor sharp.
Have you ever, Scarlett, have you ever watched any of the YouTube videos on what a K-bar can do?
No.
Oh my gosh, it's insane. You should watch it.
I'll have to.
They're trying to break them. They're trying to get them like dulled where you can't really do anything. I mean, they put them through.
Yeah, they call it a torture test.
Yeah, I mean, they even like try to cut the wood and all kinds of crazy things with it, and you can still cut like a watermelon and like done. I'm like, wow.
I have to see if I can find some videos on YouTube and watch it.
Well, it'd be interesting to watch on here too, to kind of give everybody an idea of what it can do.
Okay, I'll have to see if I can find some.
It's made of carbon steel. It sharpens real easy and it stays sharp.
Yeah, that's what that's what I mean. I mean, they try to dull it, and it just takes an incredible amount of things before it even starts to get dull.
I mean, it'll finally break if you try to bust it up against a big old cement block, something like that. You'll finally break it in half. But
well, yeah, but that's shooting it out of like a cannon type of thing.
Yeah, but who's going to be hitting the concrete block with that knife? They're just trying to show you how tough it is.
Right. I don't know, that thing. Man. That's a perfect knife.
I'll say this: if those 4 victims were in the emergency room, and he did what he did, they couldn't have saved them.
No.
Yeah. Eric said, my buck knife is better than my K-bar. Is it the same size though, Eric, or close to the same size as a K-bar?
They can be pretty big.
I know some buck knives are like different sizes and all that.
My husband has a couple of big ones.
Yeah, you can get those big Bowie knives. Same thing. And if they got bruising where he went in and that guard hit him, and there's whichever way he came in from the front or the back, that means that knife penetrated probably down to the bed mattress.
Yeah. Scott, don't feel bad. I think this case has made all of our brains hurt. Honestly.
It's gruesome.
Now, does the K-bar, I forget, I haven't looked at my husband's in a while. Does it have a line in the blade where it lets a little, I want to say oxygen, but it's not oxygen, it leaves a little space so you can pull it out easier?
Okay, a lot of people think that's called a blood groove. That was a groove that was taken out because when he originally designed the knife, it was too heavy. Plus, it strengthened the knife by putting that groove into the knife. Knives that had that groove in them on each side, you see on there, they didn't. They come out just as easy as a knife without them.
Well, no. I was thinking maybe it might come out easier than one without it.
No, they said there's no difference.
Huh.
But a lot of people, I don't know how it got started, but a lot of people said that was a blood groove. But if you read the story on K-bar and the gentleman who built it, I want to say it was 1942, he designed it. The Army and the Marines told him it's too heavy. So he took some metal out of it, and it also reinforced it and made it stronger by taking part of that metal out. Yeah, I read the story on it because for a long time, even while I was in the military, I was always thinking to myself, well, that's a blood groove. So it won't, you won't have that suction when you go to pull it up.
Exactly.
But they did an experiment and they said there's no difference between either one of them going in and out. Now, I don't know what they did the experiment on. Hopefully a deceased hog.
Yeah, probably a pig.
But that knife means It was designed to do what he did.
Mm-hmm.
Danny Rawlings knew it,
Yep.
and later, after Bundy hit those women over the head with that, some people say it was a wooden log, some people say a wooden club. There in
Yeah.
Tallahassee, he didn't use a K-bar in that attack, but he purchased one when he came to Northeast Florida. He purchased one at a gun store,
Right.
and they found it
Yeah,
in
it's
Volkswagen.
it's the perfect knife for that. That's for sure. I mean,
Yeah, it was made for combat, and it was like Avery said the other day. It had a national stock number on one of her. She took the handle off. She thought it was a serial number,
right.
and I could
Riddler,
see the
did you take your handle off of yours?
No, mine's a modern day
Oh, okay.
one,
All
and
right.
it's mine. See, mine was made for the public. I mean, it's still strong
Okay.
as the ones they had in the military, but mine's all solid black.
Okay, because I'm just still thinking if y'all try to do that, we're going to hear about having to go to hospitals and all that. Somebody's going to slice their hand open.
Well, see, now I wear steel gloves. I wear these steel gloves when I handle those knives now to learn my knives from so many cuts on my fingertips. Even with sharpening them, and see, I hook up all these survival things to my knives.
Mm-hmm.
I've got the fire starter with it.
Yeah, my husband does too.
And you could buy you a what's called a Mora knife. That's another tough one. It's not going to break on you, but the blade's not 7.5 inches long.
Mm-hmm.
But they're tough knives, and they come out of Sweden, and that steel is strong. It looks like it's stainless steel, but they do have some that are carbon.
Will be. I heard that.
What did he say?
He said, "We are all going to be brain dead today." I learned that some YouTube creators thought that the leaked footage from 11/12, which was that screenshot from the front of the house next door to the girl's house, was facing the 1122 King Road house.
Okay.
Wow.
Yep, I heard that today too. And I see the one that I watched today, I saw her point of why she thought that to begin with is because the house is in front of the 1112 house. Kind of looks like the 1122 house. If you're just kind of like glancing at it and not really knowing where you're at, where the camera's facing, it does kind of look like 1122. So I kind of saw where they were, where the one was coming from that I watched. I don't know who all the other ones are that thought that.
I just wonder how many times the state interviewed the two witnesses. I know it says several.
I thought it was 3.
No,
Marina, have a good night. In the PCA, it just said that they were interviewed several times. And I can't remember if it was talking about just Bethany or if it was talking about just Dylan or if it was talking about both of them. But I do remember several times.
I just want so bad to hear what Bethany knows, if anything.
I know. And the only way we're going to hear it is if we get to hear the trial.
Yeah.
And y'all, I'm going to be ending it in about 5 minutes. So if y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, please, let's get the last few in.
I did twice.
Dylan's testimony is going to be pretty powerful too.
I just think both of them together, I think that's going to be the two, especially Dylan, just because I want to know why the 8 hours.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, both of those are what I'm really excited to listen to.
I wonder if this is going to come up. And how much did you have to drink that night?
Oh, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
See, once again, the state's going to ask questions different than the defense. And you saw that in that movie, My Cousin Vinny. Now, whoever wrote that did a pretty good job of how a court system works for us.
Yeah, they did.
Comedy act. because you saw how he cross-examined them. But see, the state didn't ask the same questions he asked about the same accident.
Right.
They just asked, "Did you see two guys coming here looking like these two guys?" Yep. Were they driving a green car? Yep.
Well, of course, because they're trying to get them to say something different from each perspective, too. I mean, you're only going to ask questions that you know the answer to and that will benefit you, you know? So that makes perfect sense.
Well, the lawyer's job is to make the witness or the experts say to the jury what they want them to say.
Exactly. Isn't that
That's
what I
what
just said?
Yeah, but they'll say,
Okay.
want to say, yeah, this is a yes or no question. It'll be things like that to get the jury to believe it. And then the defense will say, well, let's look at it from our point of view, like he did.
Yeah, and the prosecution is going to tell the defense witness, listen, you don't answer any more than what is necessary. Don't volunteer anything.
I'm just ready for it to start.
I am too. I really am. Are you going to cover that other case with the
cinder block one?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have trouble.
No, it's fine.
Zooberry or Zoberry or whatever his name is.
Zooberry. I wrote his name down, but I'm just going to call it the cinder block case because that's probably the easiest way people know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, if there's nothing new that comes out on Bryan tomorrow, and no new documents or articles or anything like that, then I may look into that and try to get some information on it and probably cover that.
Yeah, that one's interesting. I think that one could turn out to be a really big case.
Mm-hmm.
And if not, then you can always drop it. But
right.
I don't know. I think that would be an interesting one to follow.
Yeah, because like I was saying over in Sweet Miseries, I heard of the case. I just never looked into it any more than just seeing it in passing on social media. But whenever I got into her channel tonight, it sounds interesting. And thank God the girl got away.
Yeah.
And now they're looking in these other, I think 10 or 11 states.
11.
They're looking for victims.
Well, and the thing is, you don't know, okay, so 11 states that he lived in, but how many houses in each of those states did he move into?
Right.
2. I mean, we have no idea.
That's true.
I'll say one thing about Moscow, Idaho. They kept this tight-lipped. I figured there'd be a lot more leakage coming out. And they kept it pretty tight.
They did.
That is true.
Many of the trials you'll see today, we learned through our sources.
Well, that was happening to begin with, and it seems like it might have calmed down a little bit through the media and all that.
Yeah, but that's mostly those, what I call second string news media, News Nation, and it wasn't the big networks, ABC and Fox, CNN. It wasn't the big ones.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I'll bet anybody that he's found guilty.
Riddler, there's your comment. Eric said, what if they are able to keep it tight because they don't have anything?
Well, that'd be a good reason to keep it tight.
Oh my.
All right. Well, have a great night, everyone. Lovely chat.
You too. Thank you for
Take care,
coming up.
Tucker.
We
You
have
too,
missed
hon.
you.
Missed you guys too.
Yeah, you can't stay away 2 days in a row.
Well,
She was sleeping.
Everyone thought I was dead. I just wanted to sleep.
where's Zelda?
I sent her a message last night when I was live, and she didn't. I checked it earlier today, and she hadn't even seen it. And then she writes me back. She was like, "Oh, I've been asleep since Saturday." Okay.
Sounds
And
like
now-
when
now
I
we got-
collapse, I collapse, man.
Now we got Willie, MIA.
Yeah, I haven't seen him today.
I scared him off.
Hmm.
You know, it's making
Yeah,
a
Willie.
comeback.
Yeah, I was wondering where Willie was. He
I know.
sounds tired though.
Well, night before last, he sent me an email or a message and told me he wasn't gonna be able to make it because he had to get up early the next morning, and then so he wasn't here last night. No, yesterday he sent the message to me. He said he wasn't gonna be able to come on last night, and then I ain't heard anything from him today. So I don't know if he's been in other chats today and I just haven't seen him or what.
I haven't been in that many different ones today, but yeah, he sounds tired.
Yeah, he probably needs sleep like we all do, honestly.
Yeah, that's very true. Well, I'll go ahead and jump down so you can say your goodbyes. Thank you for having me up once again.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up.
I love you guys, and you have a good rest tonight, okay?
Oh, I will. I'm fixing to go pass out. I am tired. I ain't having 3 hours of sleep.
You do sound tired. So
I am.
get you some rest, hon.
Okay, well, thank you for coming up. Have a good night.
Bye-bye, everybody.
I'm going to head out too. Thank you for having me.
Oh, you're welcome.
And I mean this from my heart. It's an honor to be on your panel.
Oh,
And I
thank
want
you.
to send out special prayers to Betty Jo. I hope her procedure goes great. And I hope she's able to function normally again.
Yep, she has her surgery tomorrow. So, yeah, y'all, everybody keep Betty Jo in your prayers. I don't know what time it'll be tomorrow, but I know that it's tomorrow.
And will you be online?
Yeah, I should be tomorrow night.
Great, because I always have people when I'm on other channels saying, Lost Soul's going to be on tonight. And I says, I don't know.
Yeah, I should be here.
All right, well, good night, and thank you for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. Have a good night, and thank you for coming up. All right, yeah. So, yeah, I'm about to get out of here as well. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. I've done ate like a bowl of ice cream and a whole pack of candy trying to keep myself up and going for y'all. Yeah, y'all please keep Betty Jo. I know she was saying last night in chat she was really nervous, which I think everything's going to turn out fine with her. And I told her that just a few minutes ago in a message. But just keep her in your prayers. And hopefully she'll be able to come back and chat tomorrow night. So, but I'm about to get out of here. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night, morning, day, wherever you may be. Thank you, Summer. You do the same. And I will talk to y'all all tomorrow. And make sure to hit the thumbs up on your way out if you have not done so.